it's Maddie for FabLab. I'm here in New York City at Samsung 837 for the Solve for Tomorrow competition. I'm here with FabLab. We have two other hosts who are a judge, who are co-hosting the event. FabLab is a national TV show airing Saturday mornings on Fox, and we're all about showing girls and boys how science, technology, engineering, and math can come together and make the world a better place. And Samsung is a wonderful partner because they're all about empowering young people to make a big difference in their communities through this contest, Samsung Solve for Tomorrow. Students are tasked with coming up with a STEM solution to a community problem. And today, there are 15 finalists out of 4,100 applicants who have flown in from across the country to come and debate and share their projects with a panel of judges. We have Nick Uhas, he's a FabLab host, he'll be a judge. We have Cara, she's co-hosting the event with Andrew Bowens from Samsung. It's so exciting, and there's no better place to have this event than at Samsung 837. It's this really awesome space. It's described as this digital playground. It's really in the heart of New York City, combining technology, culture, and community. There's a music studio, there are art exhibitions. Right behind me is this 3-story screen where they have premieres and movie screenings. There's a virtual reality tunnel. I'm so excited to explore it today, and it's gonna be a lot of fun. And the stakes are high for this competition. Schools can win. There are 15 finalists, 5 winners. Those 5 winners will win over $100,000 in technology for their school. They'll win a trip to Washington, D.C. They'll get to go to the White House and meet with their local congressmen or women. So lots at stake here today. I can't wait to meet all the students, and there's just so much excitement, so much buzz. So let's go down and check it out. Let's go. Everyone's getting ready. All the schools are lining up.
We can please take our seats. The program is about to begin.
You don't need that.
You don't need it because I have a microphone.
Yeah, you're ready. This is Cara with FabLab. Are you excited? You're hosting.
I am very excited. We've got all of the judges lined up here. My co-host is hiding over here drinking tea. Say hi. Andrew, come say hi. So excited about this event. Good morning. I think they're about to start. They just told everybody to take their seats and get quiet. And then we get to introduce all of these bright, shiny kids and their brilliant projects. I'm so excited about that.
Me too. All right, we'll see you on stage.
Yes.
Good luck. You should be.
Good morning, everybody. Please welcome CEO of Samsung Electronics America, Mr. Gregory Lee.
but I'm sure most of you have some Samsung product in your homes. Is that right? TV or refrigerator, etc. I want to welcome you to Samsung at 837 Washington. This is a place where you guys can see that, all the new technology products, the latest ones, are all here, housed here for the consumers to experience. We're quite proud to have this space, and we have it also to have this kind of events, to have you guys come and look at it, experience it, and share with us some of the experiences that you have. I want to tell you a little bit about the story of how this place came to be. This place came to be as a marketing center. But I don't know if you guys know that much about marketing, but marketing today is very different than the way it used to be done before. The way it was done was you make TV commercials, analog cameras, and you have these big fat tapes and you put them in and you ship it to TV stations. I came from that world, And now today, it's all about listening to or watching the trends and what young people are doing, what they're following. Are they ready to change their phones? Are they ready to, what kind of things are they looking for? So our marketing center is all about data analytics and science. It's really become a science. And if you guys get a chance to go to the 4th floor, you can see some of that happening. So we created this place as a digital center. Let's see. I want to start off talking about STEM and how important STEM is. One thing that when I was young, I read is that if you want to live well, you want to get a good education. That's one correlation, that statistic that is true. And in particular, get a STEM education. And I'm so proud that you guys are here doing that, getting a great STEM education. It means a better tomorrow for society. Okay, so it's very important to us. And Samsung has been involved in STEM for many, many years. I want to, before I begin, I want to welcome the CTO of New York City, Minerva Tantoko. Please say hello. And she's going to say a few words, but she's a graduate of local public high school in science. I think she went to Bronx School of Science, which is a magnet school, which is a public school, but you have to be a good science student to get in. And she's been in private sector. She started her own company. She's a true science person, STEM person, much more than many people, much more than I. And I can tell you a little story about myself. I studied biochemistry when I was a student because everybody in my family sort of was in the sciences. And I was very nerdy, And I worked in a biochemistry lab doing DNA sequencing back in those days. This is 30 years ago. It was a time when DNA sequencing and things like that was just starting out. Now you can take a piece of hair or a piece of skin and you can put it in a test tube and multiply that and you can figure out where that came from. That just started back then. And a man who started that polymerase chain reaction called PCR, he won a Nobel Prize in biology and so forth. I didn't know back then. That he was going to do that. I worked in the labs, and my professor said to me, "Greg, you talk a lot. You're not that smart. I don't know if you're going to win the Nobel Prize. But you're really good in business. You should go into business." And so I went into business. People kind of settle into what they settle into because you like what you do, you get good at what you are good at. And I have to tell you, though, the science that I studied really became a strength for me in many ways. How to solve problems, especially complex problems. And solving problems in a corporation is very much like solving a biology problem. Biology problems are a little different than science problems in that evolution really kind of created these problems and you have to unravel them with a lot of teamwork. And so in corporations, it takes teamwork. What else? Just using good information, understanding, the information you have, making decisions based on information, science if possible, as opposed to just pure emotion and gut in making those decisions, because they're often bad decisions, because we live in a very complex world, and where you really kind of have to understand, what's really going on at depth in order to solve problems. So I think all those things really help me a lot in business. And even just knowing the basic laws of physics and knowing that you shouldn't be breaking them, when you're trying to solve problems, which we often do. So it's been a real source of strength for me as I've taken on a different kind of role in a corporation. My science education has really helped. And I know that science education will help you. It's helped me create my own story about who I am. And I think that you guys should be creating your own story about who you're going to be. And it's a very exciting world. I want to shift gears a little bit and talk about this place. Have you guys all had a tour? Yeah? You've seen all the technology here. When I was going to high school, most of this technology didn't even exist. Yeah. There was no mobile phones. And you saw the mobile phones. The mobile phones that we just launched have low-light cameras that have, like dual eyes almost, so that it focuses very quickly and it takes great pictures on low light. You see that. And not only that, it's an engine for virtual reality. So, you see what the phones do today, and you see this wall here. It's 96 panels of 55-inch TVs, which all work together or work separately. It's amazing technology. And you see have you guys experienced the virtual reality and 360 video? You see what's going on? It's amazing. I have put on gloves and shoes where I put on the virtual reality gloves and I can literally see my hands and feet, and I can kick a soccer ball in virtual reality and play tennis in virtual reality. And even surgeons can in the future do surgery from remote sites using virtual reality. Imagine that, you could be home, get operated on. The future is very exciting. And this place really represents that. And lastly, I want to say that, I'm very proud to host you guys here. And you guys have done a great job so far to be the final 15 finalists to be here, and I look forward to watching your presentation. Samsung believes in giving back to the community, and this is part of that effort in STEM and Solve for Tomorrow, which we all together are solving problems today for a much better tomorrow. And we've given $17 million over the years and $2 million this year for the Solve for Tomorrow program. And that's part of my responsibility to be a leader of this company is rally our people inside Samsung to give back to the community. And I would ask you guys, your STEM students, to also, not only become well-educated in STEM, but also become part of the community, and as you become leaders, give back tomorrow. Okay. Thank you very much.
Hi. Good morning, nerds. I love saying that because growing up as a nerd, now it's cool. It wasn't cool 30 years ago. Believe me, when they called you nerd, it wasn't nice. Now it's like really cool, and you get to be in a cool space like this here at Samsung 837. And thank you so much, Greg Lee, on behalf of New York City. Welcome to New York City. Welcome to the neighborhood. Thank you for being such great neighbors here in the meatpacking district and creating this amazing space for the community. One of the things that I did as the first ever Chief Technology Officer of New York was to create the Mayor's Office of Tech and Innovation. And what we do is we focus on making New York City the most tech-friendly and innovative city in the world. So for all of you who are visiting here for the first time, welcome to New York. We're the best city in the world for tech and innovation, but then again, I'm biased. I just wanted to speak briefly. We talked a little bit about, and you're bringing me back to my high school days, back at Bronx High School of Science. Yay! I was in competitions like this, and it really sparked in me the idea that you could really use technology for good. You could use science for good and really helping people. That's what motivated me to get into STEM. I just not only just wanted to change the world, but I really wanted to help people. And that's been my motivation throughout my career, the last 30 years or so. And I hope that that will continue to motivate you. Having the knowledge of science and technology and math is really a great responsibility. It's kind of a superpower. And so, I hope that each of you takes this on and use your superpowers for good. And will you continue on and keep going? It's sometimes hard. Sometimes you'll hit a roadblock, but you're problem solvers, you're smart people, and today is the beginning of your path, to really change the world. And I'm really, really inspired to be here and part of this event. So in closing, I'll just give you a quote from one of my favorite science fiction writers, William Gibson. He said, "The future is already here. It's just not evenly distributed." And I think there's a big bunch of future right here, right in front of me in this room, in this building. So go forth and distribute the future. I'm really excited to see Samsung here and engaging communities and teachers. And I wish the finalists all the best of luck. Carry on and be those superheroes. Thanks.
Thanks. Good morning, everybody. How are you all today? My name's Andrew Bowens. I'm Vice President of Corporate Reputation at Samsung North America.
I'm Cara Santa Maria, and I am one of the co-hosts of a Fox morning show called FabLab. And FabLab is a brand partner with Samsung. Samsung really helps make FabLab possible. And what we're interested in doing is kind of taking some of the great things that you guys are involved with, like Samsung Solve for Tomorrow, and putting them out there in a television format so that we can celebrate innovation that kids are involved with and really specifically focus on empowering young women to have a hand in STEM and to really take the reins of their own futures.
Yeah, and today's just such a privilege for us. We've had time together last night and a chance to chat with most of you today. And for me, Gregory had mentioned at Samsung, part of our DNA is about thinking about the future, giving back to the communities, providing access through technology, through STEM. And when I was sitting talking to you all last night and having the chance to review your programs, I really want to start with a thank you, because what we talk about in our DNA, you guys are living today. And if you think about the Solve for Tomorrow program, 15 national finalists here from 4,100 entries. You guys should be very, very proud of yourselves and give yourself a round of applause. I think I mentioned this last night is that, myself as a father, I hope that my daughter's inspired by what's happening here today. And as a community member, you guys inspire me. I feel like I need to do more within the community. The work that you guys have done with your projects and that you're going to share today, you guys are already winners. Your communities must be so proud. You've taken on some very big, important topics, and you've thought about how you can make your community better through technology, through STEM, through education. So that, again, we're very thrilled, and I'm very proud to stand here and represent Samsung. So Solve for Tomorrow, third year of the Solve for Tomorrow pitch contest. You guys are here again, final 15. This contest has been going on for the last 6 years, and we think it gets better and better every year. Cara and I are going to have some fun today, welcome you up. As we said this morning, remember, this is your program. This is your moment. You're already winners. So get up and represent, be proud, and tell the world about all the great things you've been thinking about and what you've been doing for your community. So Cara, with that, what do you think?
I am so excited that you guys are here. Raise your hands if this is your first time in New York City. Wow, what a big day. And you know what? I think a big day like this can only pair with the big, incredible work that you guys have done in your own communities. One thing that I think is so great about Samsung Solve for Tomorrow is that the individual projects that you're pitching today, even though, you know, their story is very local and they really are working to solve a local problem, they have applicability that could be global. And I think a lot of people who are watching this today via our live stream and a lot of people who are able to access the information that you're providing and to see the pitches that you're giving could really take some of these ideas and utilize them in their own communities. And so this really is a ripple effect. This is, you know, a brilliant seed that's been planted, and you individual young people are making a difference across the globe. So we're gonna have to do this a lot, but I have to say, give yourselves one more round of applause. Congratulations.
Now, before we introduce the judges, Cara did mention this is live streaming. So Samsung.com at the US Newsroom, and also
FabLabTV.com, so you can log on and see
all
it
your
there.
peers. I know some of the students told me last night there's classroom viewing parties going on, so you guys also enjoy your 15 minutes of fame and celebrity while you're helping change your communities. Why don't we introduce our judges? You and I could stop talking and let the real stars of the show start coming up.
And if you notice here, we're starting all the way on the left with Catherine Smith.
Welcome, Catherine. Catherine is Executive Director from the Boston College for Center for Corporate Citizenship.
Right.
Good morning. Beside Catherine, we have Ted Brodheim, who's a VP at Samsung. Say hello, welcome. James Fleming. James, we're thrilled to have you here. James' classroom was a contest winner last year.
Woo!
And been a great mentor to the students here, so welcome, sir. Shane Eaton from Samsung Accelerator. Shane gets to do the cool stuff. What you guys are doing for your project, Shane gets to do that as his job all day with his team. So how amazing is that? Make sure you have a chance to say hello to Shane later. Laura Gatto is an instructional product designer from BrainPop. Good morning and welcome. And Nick Uhas will let Cara.
I get to introduce Nick. Look, he's so excited. Nick is a co-host with me on FabLab, so shameless plug again. Tune in Saturday mornings on Fox.
Now, Nick told me earlier that he's the Simon Cowell of this production, but I think he's far too nice for that, so don't let him intimidate you.
But do keep in mind, so these judges are going to be asking you guys questions today. So the way it's going to work is that we're going to call you up to the stage. You're going to have 3 minutes to present, and you're going to tell everybody about your projects. And make sure that you talk not just about what the project does, but why it's so important that you guys came up with this project. And then after those 3 minutes, we're going to have 7 whole minutes to open up to Q&A. So the judges are going to have a lot of questions for you. We may have some questions for you. If you get stuck, don't be nervous. We're here. We'll facilitate for sure. So this is a nice, warm environment. We're all really excited. We're rooting for all of you, and we're just so proud that you're here. So I guess without any further ado, it's time to introduce the first group, yeah?
Yeah, well, let's remind everybody again, though, it is a competition. There will be a final 5, but you guys have already won. Right? Everybody who's participated in this and brought something back to their communities, from 4,100 to 15 to the final 5.
One more time, guys. Do you hear that? 4,100 entrants, and you guys are the final 15. That's
so
huge.
Just really enjoy the day. You've already won. All right, are you guys ready to get started?
Woo!
Yeah? I know I've talked to all of you, and there's a confident bunch of leaders of the future sitting here today, and we're quite privileged to hear what's about to happen. So let's do it. Who's our first team?
It looks like, who do we've got here?
Brooklyn Technical High School, Brooklyn, New York.
All right, so we've got Allison Collard and Benjamin Spiegel. Come on up, you guys.
Come on up, welcome. Please, good. Yes. Is that on? There you go. See? Now, listen, just a little plug. You know, when I watched your video and heard you talk this morning in rehearsal about what inspired your story, your innovative idea was sparked from tragedy within your community, and you guys thought about pedestrian safety, your students in your neighborhood, and brought technology to that. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, we'd love to. Actually, we have our entire presentation is up.
All right,
Good luck, you guys.
Hi, I'm Allison.
I'm Ben. We're from Brooklyn Technical High School.
3 years ago, I lost 3 of my friends from my middle school in Brooklyn, New York. They were hit by cars and killed within the span of 15 months. The death of my friends affected me and their families and my entire community, and it was devastating. We mourned their passing together, and I felt lost as what could be done to prevent any future deaths. One day, a classmate of mine told me about Vision Zero. Vision Zero was first launched in Sweden in 1997, is a strategy emerging across the United States to eliminate traffic fatalities and injuries which have been traditionally overlooked, particularly focusing on walking and bicycling incidents. New York City's Vision Zero initiative, spearheaded by Mayor de Blasio, maintains that we must no longer regard traffic crashes as mere accidents, but rather as preventable incidents that can be systematically addressed. The Vision Zero action plan aims to reduce the number of pedestrian fatalities to 0. I knew I wanted to get involved. After talking to my locally elected representatives and the principal of my middle school, I created the Vision Zero Youth Council in cooperation with the mayor's initiative. The council is comprised of middle and high school students who seek to raise awareness for street safety. Just last week, the Vision Zero Cities 2016 conference was held at New York University with our input. Upon hearing of the Samsung Solve for Tomorrow competition, I saw a great opportunity to use STEM in the technology that I had been doing in my community. What if we could develop an app that would detect incoming cars moving at dangerous speeds? We could save tens of thousands of lives every year. But how could we make this app a reality?
Well, the first question we must ask is, what is the best way to detect an oncoming car? Well, how about sound? Car engines purr at a low frequency, around 10 to 50 hertz. We then thought of using a fast Fourier transformation algorithm, or FFT for short, which breaks up complex sound waves into simple trigonometric function waves. We started working on a program which utilizes a homemade car sensing heuristic as well as FFT algorithms to determine whether or not a car engine is heard. After hours of debugging, tuning, and rewriting the algorithms, we finally arrived at a workable and efficient program for detecting oncoming cars. Our program works exceptionally well, with a minimal number of false negatives and false positives, but there's room for improvement. In fact, we have specific plans for narrowing the number of false results even more. The app currently runs on a Python web server for testing purposes, but it is intended to work on Samsung Galaxy Gear smartwatches. It is written in HTML, a web page format, so we can easily port it over onto a Samsung smartwatch, since Android apps can be written in XML, a format similar to HTML. We believe this app will serve not only children, but the visually and hearing impaired.
In the future, with additional funding, partnerships, and technical help, we hope to make this app widely available in addition to doing more outreach and awareness raising in our community. Thank you.
All right, guys. So we've seen your app. It's set up right here, right? This is your demo as a laptop. I think that now it's time to open up to some questions for you guys. Do we want to start up here? Do the judges have some burning questions? Oh my gosh, I see so many.
Yeah,
all right,
let's
how about
start.
Ted?
Do you think your college students would be easy if you really want to wear something that's going to make a lot of noise every time they come across the street, especially when you're sitting around with a pen?
Absolutely, 100%. I mean, we plan to put it on Samsung's smartwatches, which are incredibly good looking to wear.
Thank you.
And we would probably use some sort of haptic feedback rather than a sound, so that it's easier to just do personal alerts, which is important, more than alerting everyone around you, which could be detrimental. So,
Interesting.
yes.
Just so I had that's can I have a job in the future? What was your favorite part of the project?
First of all, I loved working with Ben. I mean, we had a great time together, and I loved being able to hear his ideas on how to make the app working better. And
Yeah, I mean, I think it was just like, as we were working, we were realizing, wow, this could be something that could change the world. It could save thousands and thousands of lives each year. We were really thinking, wow, we're doing something important.
What was one of the major hurdles you had with this project, and how did you overcome it?
Well, the biggest hurdle we had to jump over was deciding how we were going to detect an oncoming car. Once we decided on sound, we talked to some physics teachers at Tech, and we learned about the fast Fourier transformation algorithms, which, as I said, they break up complex waves into simpler ones, which we could analyze easier. So once we got over that hurdle, we were able to, it was just a matter of tuning it and working it into the rest of the program. Yeah.
James?
Your project works for cars. Do you have an intent in the future to insert trains and buses? And as a coder, is that going to possibly cause you an issue?
Great question. We definitely thought about it before. The way the app works is it looks for specific frequencies that are emitted by engines. So it's not necessarily limited to cars. It's more limited to vehicles which use like gasoline combustion engines. In the future, I mean, I can imagine the subway possibly, although I don't see that being a huge threat. Possibly a locomotive, trains could be something to explore. Yes.
I have a question. So I drive an electric car. I'm not a reckless driver, I promise. But my car is so quiet, people don't hear me approaching. Have you thought about a way to implement an electric car warning in the future?
Yeah, absolutely. It's actually it's illegal to not emit a sound from the engine. So even though it's an electric car and it doesn't emit any noise, the car companies put in a sound that sounds like an engine, which is conveniently in the same frequency range that we're searching. So yes, it will work for electric vehicles.
Quick question for me as well. So thank you for sharing. As your community and your student body has obviously been aware of what you're up to, what kind of feedback and support have you been getting around this idea?
well, I've been getting a lot of support from the people I've been working with in the past, especially with the Vision Zero Youth Council. The Transportation Alternatives and the Department of Transportation, they've been doing a lot of work to help me spread the word to our community, and everyone has been so nice and supportive with this, and it's really cool.
I can only imagine. I mean, you mentioned at the beginning of your presentation, and I just want to make sure that everybody heard you, that you lost 3 friends in such a short span of time. I can only imagine how excited and how honored the families of those students that were lost must be that you're kind of doing this project in their honor. I really commend you guys for that.
Thank you.
All right. Oh, we've got
One
one
more
more.
question from Ted.
How much computer programming experience did you have coming into the project?
So I have 3 years of solid Java experience. I learned the summer before my 9th grade, so summer before freshman year. I'm learning C right now. I know a good amount of Python, HTML, XML. I have apps on the Play Store with over 1,000 downloads. I have a good amount of experience.
And I have none. I actually learned on the spot, and I got really interested.
So if you don't have a job for Shane, we'll have one for you at Samsung.
Yes, please, please.
All right.
Good.
Well,
Any other
guys.
questions, judges?
Oh, we've got one more.
James?
Not that we would go to another watch besides Samsung in any way, but is this portable to possibly other devices?
Absolutely, yes. It actually uses built-in functions that are in a web browser, so it's not specific to any platform. So yes, easily portable. It's easily portable. Yeah.
I just want to add on that we want to make it widely available, so we wanted to make sure that it could be used by everyone.
Obviously, we're not a professional, development studio. It's just like a 16-year-old kid. But I mean, we'd like to make sure it's professional enough to get out to the people. That's very important.
was just curious what tech out there you might have been inspired by to come up with this solution?
Well, we were definitely inspired by the whole smartwatch fad, or the trend which is coming up. I mean, I would say that's the next big thing. Along with VR, the smartwatches are huge, and we had heard of the new Galaxy smartwatches, and we were like, you know, this is a great opportunity to utilize them, you know? If you can create something on a thing that would be a toy, but it's now something that can save someone's life, it makes it so much more valuable to the community, to Samsung, to everyone. So we were inspired by smartwatches in general, I'd say.
And on that note, let's thank Allison and Ben for an inspiring first session. Thank you for everything.
Great job, guys. All right.
Quite a nice start.
Yeah, it's a great
Nice.
start.
Thank you. Okay, so coming up, our next school is from Moulton, Alabama. Lawrence County High School. Please come on up.
All right, so we've got Nick Pate and Emma Gibbons with their teachers Belinda Cross and Gina McCarley. Give them a big round of applause, guys.
Now, as I was learning about your program last night, and what inspired you, that a fact that was shared was 1/3 of all the food that we eat is the direct result of pollination by bees. And you guys saw a disturbing trend in your community and decided to bring STEM and technology to bear on that. Tell us a little bit about that.
We did. Nick and Emma are actually going to give you the details about the project. But just to introduce the project, Gina and I, she is a computer science principles teacher, and I teach environmental science at our school. And we have a relatively small school, so when we do these types of projects, we like to collaborate together. That way, her technology kids and my environmental kids can really learn from one another. So we have not just our groups, which are the core group, but we like to bring in students from the rest of our student body if they have an interest, or if they're wondering about our project, or if they happen to be walking by in the hallway at an opportune moment, and we say, come help us with this. And we like to pull them in because we like to think of it as not a free-for-all, but a STEM-for-all, to bring in as many students as we can get involved.
And I know most of you have already experienced it, but what's so exciting about this, and we're so thankful for Samsung for the opportunity, is this is true project-based learning at its finest. You know, we come in class and there's no answers in the back of the book for our problems, and the kids actually want to be a part of it. When we do projects like this, it truly changes you. I know it's changed me. I go down the road now and I'm looking for bee houses, and we see how we can live in a small town in Alabama, and what we do in our own backyards can make a difference in your lunch plate today and the cost of your lunch plate. And what you do in New York or other parts of the United States can make a difference in Germany, and what they do can make a difference in Korea. So it's made us better global citizens, and after you hear about our project today, we hope it'll make you better global citizens.
My name is Emma, and I'm a sophomore environmental science student.
And my name is Nicholas. I'm a junior studying computer science. And today we'd like to invite all of you to be the change for the honeybees. Now, by a show of hands, how many of you have eaten anything today? Well, it's a safe bet that around 1/3 of the food that you consumed was pollinated by honeybees. If you like food, then the declining bee population affects you all.
In colony collapse, bees just mysteriously vanish. They leave their hives in the morning and never return in the evening. It's generally believed that pesticide exposure is the main reason why bees become disoriented, lose their way home, and die away from the hives. Healthier bees have a better chance of making it home, so our project focuses on ways to keep bees healthy and strong to increase their population numbers.
Our research shows that there are 3 main areas of concern. The first of which is that honeybees are less productive when their hives are located near power lines or other wave sources. So we developed a type of paint that is infused with copper. The copper, we learned, shields the bees from electromagnetic waves and that serve to disturb them.
A second and larger issue we encountered while researching for this project is the varroa mite. To give you a mental image of this mite, imagine walking around all day with a parasite the size of a backpack attached to your shoulder. We engineered a special hive entrance that uses friction to scrape the mites off the bees before they enter the hive. And we don't want the bees coming home hungry, so our next solution involves feeding the bees.
It doesn't matter if you live in the country or in the city. We can all help to bring a bit of the wild back to our communities by planting native wildflowers wherever possible. Window boxes, flower pots, backyard gardens, and even the medians of our highways can be sown with wildflower seeds to create a pesticide-free garden for our pollinators.
If food isn't a big enough motivation to help save the bees, then maybe money is. We use math and technology to evaluate the economic impact of honeybee loss. Our project has already impacted our community, and we have plans to bring attention to it on a larger scale.
That's only a brief overview of our Be the Change project, but now we'd love to answer your questions.
That's terrific. I love the idea of acting locally, but your vision is global, and how you said what we do here can impact Germany, vice versa. Very inspirational. Thank you. Judges, do you have some questions? Catherine?
How you're making the hive information available to the public and to growers.
Well, we have a pollinator webpage on our school website that you can go to and access that has a bunch of different links and information about the honeybee crisis, and we're also making videos that we're going to publish. They're not completely done yet, but we will have those up that you can go and view. And also, we developed an app that will allow us to collect data and information from different apiarists, which is beekeepers, from all around our community that we can also post to show what's happening.
As a bee farmer myself, this is a true story. In Ohio, we have a bunch of beehives, and so this is great. I love it. Did you guys take into account there's a mite, right? And this mite has been wiping out all his bees. So does this have something to do with that as well? Is this incorporating that mite?
Yeah, we actually have a door right here that uses friction to scrape it off. First, you've got the wood, and then it gradually gets smaller, and we have a screen on the back, and it acts as kind of like a bee car wash, and it just combs it right off. And as the mites fall off, they land in this oil trap. And the oil, it's kind of like a sticky trap, and it just keeps them in place so they can't get in the hive or on another bee. So yeah.
You realize this is a massive problem, and it's incredible that you're looking at a solution for it. Unbelievable. Was there one thing that, one resource that you if you had access to, would have made your project runs more smoothly?
Warm weather.
Yeah. We haven't really gotten to test out most of our designs because it's too cold for bees right now, or it's starting to warm up. But we have plans, we have farmers that have our prototypes and stuff that are going to test it out when the weather gets warmer.
We also had a bit of a problem with the app. We tried to use our local school system as a server, but there were some restrictions we discovered that we couldn't really make it available to the public. So I had to learn how to use fusion tables, and a better server would have been.
I have a question for you guys. You talk about this being such a big problem, which it really is across America and across the world. What was the kind of first inspiration point there? Is there a personal story? Is there a reason that this speaks so much to you individually?
We actually had some students on a field trip last year, and they got to see a collapsed hive, and that really sparked our interest. And then a few months ago, in my environmental science class, we came across something in our biodiversity section, and that's when we really jumped on it. And
nice. Any other questions from the judges? Ooh, I got one from James.
Do you have any personal beekeeping experience with, or is this just, a project just sparked your interest, or?
we actually found out that we have so many people at our school that have their parents have them, or their aunts and uncles have them. Even our mayor is a beekeeper, and we found that out just doing this project, and it's.
And a big lesson that we learned, I'm allergic to bees. I have my EpiPen in my purse, but we learned that, we all can do something. I've already got my husband getting our land ready for wildflowers, so I can feed the bees even though I can't grow the bees. So we all can play a part.
What do bees eat?
We've actually talked to our mayor about, instead of having the medians in our highways manicured as lawns, to plant flowers or clovers, because it's just like unused space, and it would add up to a lot of land for the bees to feed off of.
That's great.
So you focused on a lot of things. You focused on the mites, you focused on the food for the bees, you focused on the enclosures that the bees live in. That's really a lot of ground that you've covered. Which one of those three do you think was the most challenging for you to figure out, and how did you go about addressing that particular problem?
Well, for me and another team, we engineered the door, and we just had, I learned how to use a drill. we had to figure it out. Like, we used recycled materials. Like, this is a broken meter stick. We just had to find materials and just, I don't know.
So how did you figure out what was the right size hole? What was the optimal hole for a bee to fit through?
Well, we visited several different bee farmers in our area. We got their input. We showed them some of the holes that we had started with, and they were much too big. Some were much too small, that Goldilocks type of effect. And we finally found just the right size, and it was beekeeper approved.
And it's truly, like she said, it's the car wash effect. It's a screen, so it's going to kind of scrape the backs of the bees without taking the pollen off that they need. So, yeah, we had to get it just right.
So Nick and Emma, given that your community is full of beekeepers and a farming community, the reception from farmers seemed to be very positive. Was this the first time someone's come forward and offered them a solution to this? Tell us about that feedback and interaction with the farming community.
Actually, the farmers were a good resource because we were able to bounce ideas off of them, and they were able to tell us things that absolutely wouldn't work. You know, we come up with some wild ideas with this. You know, we started out with a true car wash to spray them off before they went in. So they were a good resource as to what would work, and they gave us other ideas too. We can all, like, if you use pesticides, use them in the evenings when the bees are not out. Instead of using dust, you use liquid so it doesn't have as big a chance of getting on and hindering the bees. So
And they were excited that we were bringing attention to the problem. Not that it isn't a global problem that people haven't heard of before, but just to focus the attention to show that everyone can do something, no matter how small. Having a flower box on your balcony can be a little part that you can play. And so they were just happy to see the attention being brought to it. They were cheering for us.
a fun fact is it takes 2 million flowers for a bee to produce 1 pound of honey.
2 million.
A visit, yeah. And there's 11 pounds in a gallon of honey.
It's a lot of
fun facts.
It's a lot of flowers. Judges, any other questions?
All right.
All right. Well, let's give Lawrence County High a big thank
Good job,
you.
you guys. Are we having fun? Yeah?
I'm very inspired. 2 wonderful starts to the day.
I know, so exciting. So much really cool innovation and technology here to solve these really, really big problems.
Now, coming up next, do we have any folks from Minnesota here? Okay, all right. Well, why don't we introduce Anoka Middle School for the Arts.
So we've got Elizabeth Arsenault, is that right? Arsenault. It's always the emphasis. And Alec Cranig? Yeah. Got that one right. And their teacher, Rebecca Marshall.
Nice. And what a wonderful story. Again, welcome. But, you know, as someone, an HGTV junkie, I spend a lot of time taking for granted that I have a home and a roof over my head. And I spend endless hours watching TV about what I could do next to the home. And you guys noticed in your community that there was a problem with the homeless. And you guys really thought about that and started to think about STEM and how you could help there. So we would love to hear about your story and your journey.
Yeah, and guys, I know that it was kind of against the rules to bring your entire prototype. It was a little bit incapable of doing that because of cost, but you can see it here in the images, so we're really excited for you guys to tell your story.
Great, thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. I'm Rebecca Marshall. I'm an 8th grade science teacher.
I'm Elizabeth Arsenault.
And I'm Alec Kranig.
We are representing our team from Anoka Middle School for the Arts in Minnesota. Our project is called Mini Homes for Many People. The community problem we are tackling is homelessness. Homelessness is a big yet very hidden issue. There are approximately 1,059 students that are homeless in our community, yet there are only 2 adult shelters that are available, leaving nowhere for youth to stay overnight. During our first brainstorming session, we identified 7 variables that need to be researched. The exterior design team planned the house dimensions and tested 3 different roof designs. The interior design team researched the needs and wants of homeless people. The power team researched different power sources, and the heat team researched different heat sources. The materials team tested the heat efficiency of different insulation types. The community outreach team contacted 6 local city councils and attended 3 city council meetings. They also visited 2 local shelters and established relationships. Finally, the digital productions team filmed, edited, and created the video to showcase our work.
Now we will move on to our results and data. The exterior design team found that the trapezoidal roof shape was the most ideal with an average temperature change of 35 degrees Fahrenheit. The materials team studied a soundproof insulation foam, styrofoam, corrugated cardboard, and bubble wrap. Styrofoam insulation proved to be the best choice with the least amount of heat loss. The power team investigated solar and wind power. The wind turbine was more expensive than the solar panel, even though they both produced 12 volts of electricity. The heat team researched generators and propane. However, both proved to be too expensive and dangerous, which is why we chose the wall heater. We changed STEM into STEAM because we are an art school. We showed our science skills by using the scientific inquiry process and by performing experiments. Our team incorporated technology when using our Samsung camera and laptop. We employed engineering in our home design and building process. Arts were integrated through handmade bed linens and painting. Finally, mathematics were utilized through calculations and measurements.
We have already raised awareness about homelessness through our project. The city councils we spoke to were very interested in helping us with our cause. In fact, one city council meeting resulted in interviews with a local newspaper and television station. We also have an interview with a major news network next week. As a result of this, we have received numerous donations from local businesses and individuals. Our school community has also helped increase awareness through social media and word of mouth. This project has generated a lot of interest and is gaining momentum. We are currently working with 2 city planners about location and building codes. The Ramsey City Planner is helping us to change zoning codes and is providing us with the tools we need to continue.
Also, we are gathering materials to build our full-size home. Here's the type of trailer we're building our houses on. We have 2 possibilities for placement so far. Hope for Youth is opening a new shelter ideal for our houses. The Stepping Stone facility is also a possibility, but then our houses would only be available to adults. On top of our own plans to continue this project, our assistant principal, Mr. Pena, is looking into starting a summer program in 2017. Our project would be partially school-funded, but would still rely on community donations and support. We hope this project continues for years to come, and this certainly seems possible. In conclusion, thank you for giving us this opportunity to help our community.
And fight this important yet very hidden issue.
So I want to ask, just to start out, a similar question that I asked the last team. This is obviously a big problem across the country and in your own community. Do you guys know anyone in your school that's struggling with homelessness? Was this something that you felt like was right kind of on your front porch and that's why you wanted to tackle this issue?
Personally, a few of my friends that I've talked to, they are indeed homeless. Like, they've talked to me about it, you know? It kind of makes me sad, and every time, like, I look at, my friend told me this, but every time you look at someone at your school, like, maybe, you know, that one kid who always is talking during class, and they're always blurting out answers, but, like, think about their home situation. They might not be eating enough, and when you don't eat enough, then you have mood swings and stuff. Like, we're all just being really mean to students who might not help it, you know, and it really, really touches my heart, you know?
Yeah, it's very insightful. Judges, do you guys have any questions?
I love the empathy in this project. I think it's really wonderful to see young people tackle an issue like this. I was also really interested in the fact that you worked in multiple teams. So I'm curious to know what you learned from that process of working together and how you made decisions on the teams.
Well, personally, I was part of the materials team, so it was really cool because we all worked together to decide what variables we wanted to test. So like one person had the idea of bubble wrap. Now, of course, we thought that's kind of a silly idea, but they had good reasons for it. They decided that, hey, that has a lot of R value, so maybe we could try it. So it was nice, like just collaborating together and coming up with different ideas.
I was a part of the heat team for a few days, and we researched different ways to heat the home. We tried using like propane and using one of those space heaters, but those were like too dangerous because it was a fire hazard and gases. And so we eventually just kind of went with a wall heater powered by an outside source.
I love the steam concept. I think a lot of times when if it doesn't look good, it doesn't matter what you do with the stem. It's got to look good first. I probably shouldn't be saying that here, but also, did you look into maybe using something that already existed, so recycling some sort of infrastructure to make, and if you didn't, do you think it could be possible?
We got donations from like Caterpillar, so we were using pallets and like little boxes from pallets, and then we used those to help build the main kind of frame of the house. So this whole box type of thing came from Caterpillar.
Very cool.
Ladies first. Laura.
So this is great, and it's such a huge potential to solve some problems with so many different aspects. So I wondered how much did your prototype cost in total, and then where your future vision would lay in terms of implementation on any kind of scale in your community, where these would end up and how it would sort of be monitored, that sort of thing.
So our prototype costed about $1,200, but we got most of it through donations. And then our full scale will be around $6,000, but we're still getting community donations pouring in before we can even build one. And then we're planning on building or like placing our homes in the Stepping Stone facility area in this bit of land that the county owns. And then we were thinking about this Hope for Youth location that they're opening up in this small parking lot that's kind of isolated from their building.
Nick?
So this is actually just a design question. How tall and how big are they dimensionally? What are the actual dimensions of the houses?
The full scale is going to be around an 8 by 8 by 10, but unless one of the cities can't change their zoning codes, we might have to make it a 10 by 10 by 10.
I guess there's no plumbing.
No, there's no plumbing because we're going to give them to shelters, and then we're going to inform the kids to use their little home to sleep in and do like other stuff, homework or whatever, and then go into the facilities and shower, use the bathroom, wash their clothes, all that.
I have a question. You talked about community support, donations coming in. I heard you talk about zoning and working with city planners. People make a career trying to figure out how to do that. How have you been able to rally your community and gain that support from your city leadership?
Well, it wasn't very hard per se, because once you tell people about like all these facts and about how these people are struggling and like how much we really have, it really makes you go in a different point of view. Like it makes you see with different eyes about, hey, I have a house, I have a refrigerator, I have a bed, I am lucky. And when you say that to someone, they realize that, you know what, maybe $100 to help some kid out there really wouldn't be that much, you know? They just really are supportive because they realize that, you know what, this isn't going to kill me to help out my community.
What has been your biggest hurdle with the city? You know, the idea of building these structures and putting them in these places. You were talking about zoning laws and having to make sure that you satisfy all of those. Has there been any pushback from the city, or have there been any hurdles you've had to overcome?
There have been a few hurdles. Like, I know in the past, this is an idea that like some people have tried before, but they kind of didn't talk to the city like during the process. They just were like, hey, we built this house, here, can we place it? But since we're working with them, we're really not getting a lot of troubles. Like, they're very cooperative, they're really helping us. Like, they're not really blaming us, like, you can't build an 8x8x10 house, they have to be a 10x10. They're more like, well, originally it has to be a 10x10, but maybe we can make an exception since you guys are being so, like, this is a good cause, you know?
Nice.
What thoughts do you have on letting other communities know about your project? And what thoughts do you have on how you might share your ideas and share your successes with others?
To us, it's not really a success. Like, sure, it's a success that we're making these houses, but it's more about, like, the homeless. Like, we'd love for other people to make these houses, because then more people would be affected and more people would get to use these houses. It's not about us. It's not about winning. It's about helping out our youth and helping people out. So we're very open to like sharing the ideas, sharing all our information, as long as they go to their city councils too.
The big dream is to have these shipped out, and that our school would be known as the school that builds these homes. And once we've served our own community, we hope to serve the surrounding communities in Minnesota, and then we also hope to ship them to other states as well. They are on a trailer, so all you need is a car with a hitch on it, and you can take the home anywhere, and it's ready to go.
Judges, any other thoughts?
One more?
One more from James.
You've talked about the obstacles of kind of like dealing with the politics of it, the zoning. Are there any other obstacles that you faced that really, you're like, wow, this was really a challenge to overcome?
Well, to me, it was more about like, it just really like hurt me knowing that all these people in my community are hurting this badly and I haven't done anything. To me, it was more like emotional, how I haven't really been doing anything to help them, and it really got me, and I was just in this down place, like, I haven't been helping them, but it was okay, because I was like, hey, you know what, we can do this, we can build this house, and any little problems we all overcome, because we knew the bigger picture. Yeah.
Some of our main problems with building, I guess, were getting donations in time. We had to go search around for donations from businesses, and then yeah, we had to get people who knew how to build in.
I wonder, I mean, I see all these ideas and I want to start the company, like, immediately. I wonder if you could get every new home that's being built, you could get the firm who's building it just to donate, you know, what's ever left over, build it quickly, and then you could be able to ship it out.
It's a great idea.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Well, listen, let's hear it for Anoka Middle School.
Great job, you guys.
For the arts. That's terrific. Thank you for sharing.
Great job. All right, so they're going to start setting up for the next school and bringing out their prototype. But in the meantime, I got to ask, how impressed are you with these kids?
This is really impressive. You see civic leadership, community leaders, business people, technologists, all coming to life in the room about meaningful projects in their communities.
It's also so interesting to see how sometimes a STEM problem doesn't just live in the STEM community. You might come up with some really interesting technology to solve a problem, but then you have to deal with the politics of that issue. Then you have to deal with, like you said, some of the civic barriers. And so it's really cool to see how this Solve for Tomorrow competition is developing a lot of different skills in these students, STEM and otherwise. All right.
Purcellville, Virginia. Ooh. Welcome. We have Loudoun, I want to get that right. Loudoun Valley High School. Let's give them a big welcome.
Yes.
Here, so we're setting up.
All right, so we've got Riley Schnee. Riley? Yeah. Riley, okay. And Malcolm, yeah, you're not Malcolm. Malcolm Miller over here. And their teachers, Aaron Whistler and Jose Rodriguez. Weisler? Oh, Whistler.
Whistler?
I'm so excited. And guys, you have been interested in this idea of these areas where there's no cell service. These areas that could pose really big safety risks if somebody can't use their phone in order to potentially call for help. And so we're so excited to see what you have to say about that.
Good morning, everybody. We are Riley and Malcolm, and we are representing the Loudoun Valley High School STEM Club.
So the Washington and Old Dominion Trail starts in our town of Percival and runs for 45 miles to just outside Washington, D.C. Many of our students at Loudoun Valley use the trail in order to get to school every day, and our families often use it for recreation. You may have a trail like this similar to this in your community. Like, have you ever been on the trail and wondered what might happen if I were in an accident right now, or if somebody committed a crime against me? Well, this is the problem that we've seen in our community growing lately. So we wanted to use STEM in order to improve our trail's safety.
To address this problem, we designed an emergency alert system for our trail. In brainstorming, we thought of similar systems we've seen on college campuses, but we addressed 3 main problems in them. They're very expensive. Each stand costs about $5,000 for college campuses. They rely on power from a central grid, and they use either wired connections or cellular service to communicate. In order to circumvent these problems, we designed our stands using solar power, using radio transmitters and receivers, and using readily available items in order to minimize cost.
So as you can see, all of the nodes are identical. Each one has the solar rechargeable battery, the Arduino microprocessor in order to run our custom software, a transmitter receiver which uses radio frequencies to communicate between nodes, and 2 buttons, one for police and one for rescue.
Our master unit will sit in the police station. As you can see, it is currently in its passive mode, and it is monitoring our trail.
If I'm on the trail and I have an emergency, I can press a button, and it will begin flashing to indicate that my message has been sent. Then this node will transmit the message to the next node, which will receive the message and retransmit the node down the line. Once it reaches the end node, it will relay the message to the master node, which is at the police station. To demonstrate, as you can see, it continues to transmit the message until it has been received.
As you can see, when the message is finally received on the master end, an LED flashes to indicate to the police that help is needed. The LCD then displays the type of alert needed and the location of the node that signaled for help. The police can then hit the acknowledge button, which sends a message back down the line to the initial node. That turns off the LED to indicate to the user that the message was received and that help is on the way.
We are continuing to improve our system by adding fault tolerance so that our master node can detect non-working nodes, as well as ways to increase node separation. We are investigating a possible patent for a unique peer-to-peer approach, and we have contacted our local town government and our Northern Virginia Park Association and other local park associations in order to look into getting a physical test installation.
Currently, we are developing educational material in order to raise awareness in our community as we begin to implement our test system. We believe that our trail will be able to improve the security of our rural trail and other trails across the nation, thus increasing the use of our country's trails. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for sharing. The amount of technology that you guys had to think through from an engineering perspective, did you learn as you went along? Tell me about how you got to the place where you were able to build such great technology.
So in terms of prior experience, I had worked with hardware before, and I had worked in my programming classes, but I'd never before fused the two together. So this provided me a unique opportunity to apply what I learned in the classroom in 2 different subjects and to fuse them together to make something to help my community.
Judges, what do you think?
Catherine.
What kind of police and community feedback did you get in your design process?
So we have done a lot of looking for support, and we've gotten great feedback. Every time that we mention the system and what we're doing, people are constantly like giving out suggestions, like, oh, that would be great in this area. This would be great on this trail. You could add this. Are you looking at possibly transmitting video or photos to see who it is? We've also, like I personally was speaking with somebody who rides the trail commonly, and she never goes on the trail by herself because she's seen scams. People go after like the expensive bikes that people ride because we're such a big biking community. And there's so many accidents with that too. It's just, we've gotten great feedback, and every time we mention it, we get great reception.
Oh, hang on, Nick.
This is a technical question. So I realize that technology is set up the way it is because it overcomes not only cost problems, but also a technical problem as far as being plugged into a power grid, so on and so forth. But let's say, for example, let's say one of the nodes is knocked out, right? Tornado, weather, pack of wild cats, whatever. How is it possible then for it to gap one of the nodes? Like, is that potentially a fault in the system then?
So currently our nodes are relaying consistently at about 200 feet of separation, and we're investigating a system of fault tolerance so that while the system is in its passive mode, each node will be relaying a message back to the master node signed with its index. So if the master node wouldn't receive a message from a specific index, say 3 times in 10 minutes, then it could alert the police to look into that node to see if there's problems.
Low power, long distance meshing is not that easy. You guys pulled it off. It's really impressive. Is there enough power, do you have enough power to add other functionality to it? To add like a camera to it or add like a sensor to it?
So we've actually tested the draw of these. They all run off of 5 volts, and we calculated the amperage using a multimeter. So we've calculated that each node using the solar recharging battery, with 9 days of zero sunlight, it will consistently stand up. That's if the light is constantly flashing. If the light is off, it will last 11 days. As for the master node, since it will be sitting inside, we'll have it plugged into the wall, so we don't need to worry about battery life for that.
So I really have two questions in this one. One is, you're saying that it's radio frequency that you're using. Does it need to be line of sight, or can it go around a hill as you're 200 feet? And have you thought about how many that you need to cover, like a specific area, like for the students that use the trail to get to your school, how many of those would be required to cover that distance?
So the radio signals we have not had any problems with interruption or disturbances in the signal. They operate at 433 megahertz, so the only things that would interrupt the signal would be other devices broadcasting at that frequency. But we are investigating ways to encrypt our message so that we would only be able to receive messages from our systems, which would eliminate all interference.
As to how many would be needed in order to cover it, that's something that I said we wanted to look into for like node separation. Right now, between each node, we can have 200 feet, and that was just through a test run. And we are also we calculated the optimal antenna length using wavelength. It's a quarter of a wavelength right now, but if we were to do a half wavelength, it would increase the distance most likely. So we were going to test that as well.
So one change, as Riley discussed, is by increasing the gain by doubling the length of the antennas. But also, we could experiment with different hardware. So right now, we are using transmitters and receivers shipped directly from China, but we could investigate other hardware that is possibly stronger, which would thereby increase our signal.
I have another question. How have you guys tackled the weatherproofing problem? You know, these are outdoors, right? So when it's raining, you've got this Arduino in there. How have you protected it from getting wet?
So we actually are using weatherproof boxes here. And do you have anything else?
So since these are prototypes, they are not completely weatherproof right now. When we had them originally on pressure-treated wood, we had channeling for wires, and we would also want to look into other ways. Like we have a little open here in the back, we would cover that. And as we would make a more finished product, we would look into that and make sure everything is sealed. But right now, since it's a prototype and we've had to mess with some things and be able to access things when it's, because it's all wired, so we've had problems with that with travel, that sort of thing. So, yeah.
Also,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, building off of the travel, as you can see, many of our wires are very loose. They've been jiggled around a good deal during the travel. But one way to improve this is we're investigating designing a printed circuit board so that instead of manually inserting each wire, we could solder in all of the electronic components. Therefore, it's easier to increase the size of a system and they operate more consistently.
How was it getting that through security?
We actually drove here ourselves, so we didn't have to deal with that.
Circumvent that. Laura?
Again, I was just curious about the cost per unit, and if you set sort of an artificial limit for yourselves of what you wanted it to cost. And you'd mentioned $5,000 in the beginning. So where is?
So a college unit costs $5,000. Right now, our master node costs $60, and each stand here costs around $120. So therefore, a system of 100 nodes would cost less than 3 college nodes.
Wow.
And really, in that, you would have to have it installed because it is wired. And so with these can be put anywhere. We could put these on the moon if we wanted, like hypothetically. So, so yeah, these are, we've seen these as a much cheaper alternative to that sort of thing.
Have you given any thought to the cost of maintenance of these over time? And that's sort of 2 questions. One is the life of the equipment itself, but also someone to maintain it. Solar cells have to be cleaned off periodically. You know, wires come undone. How would the ongoing maintenance of this work once you've actually had it installed?
So there are systems already who, there's a patrol for our trail, but obviously they can't be everywhere, which is why the main reason why we are implementing this. But those volunteers are readily available to help fix these. And also, once we implement the fault tolerance, we'll be able to better know which nodes need to be fixed at what times.
Okay, one more question, Shane.
I have so many more questions, but one more. Have you looked at doing something more like a personal area network or local area network, essentially having a higher frequency that if someone walked by with their phone, their Samsung phone, that has like a low power ANT signal, so you could actually walk by it and use the connection to the police station?
Oh, interesting.
Well, in terms of frequency, we've considered reaching out to local police in order to operate on a reserved frequency. So right now, 433 megahertz is a frequency available to the public. But if we could get permission, we would be able to operate on a frequency that only authorized personnel would be able to broadcast, which would make it much more secure.
All right, well, Loudoun Valley High School, thank you guys so much.
Terrific, thank you.
It's a great job. So impressive.
I just continue to be so impressed this morning with the ideas of safety, environment, bettering the community.
It's so
really
interesting
impressive.
to see the genesis of the ideas too, right? So they're so personal to the communities where they live, but then I think, oh, I would have loved to have that in my community when I was growing up. That would have been so helpful for me. I walked to school every day. Used to be that way.
It used to
you
be
would walk
that
to
way.
school every
That's
day.
right. I
Yeah.
get to walk more. All right, so next up we have the folks from Arnold, Missouri. Where are
Arnold,
you?
Missouri.
Ridgewood Middle School.
We've got some middle schoolers coming down. All right, so we've got Dakota Stout and Madison Robinson. Those are the students. And their teachers here are Paul Tramel and Ryan Weidman. And now, these guys have a project that has a direct impact on their community, and it's really helping to expand the STEM programs in their local school. So I'm really excited to hear what you guys have to tell us.
Well, first off, hi, I'm Dakota, and
I'm Maddie.
And I'm Ryan Weidman.
Paul Trammell.
And we'd like to start off by saying that we call our class STEAM instead of STEM because we feel as if art is just as important as the rest of the concepts of it. So that, and what we do in our class is we create therapeutic devices that assist the PI, physically impaired students in our district, out of cardboard. And the process of how we do this is we basically have our physical therapist of our district, Amy Nicholas. She comes in and tells us what she needs, and then we brainstorm and come up with ideas on how we can create these things using STEAM, our processes and all of that, to create the best devices that we can to assist these kids and make their lives easier.
The number one thing we learn is service learning, like learning how to treat our community, and this is the whole point of this contest is Solve for Tomorrow. By noting the physically impaired and how they need therapeutic devices to assist their disabilities, it's something that needs to be in our community. So by using cardboard, it's eco-friendly, it saves thousands, and the strength of it is incredible. You can use it for more than just therapeutic devices.
We'd like to note that our backboard of our presentation board is actually a full sheet of cardboard that we use in the process of constructing our therapeutic devices. And when we're talking about strength of the cardboard, we went to TSI Engineering, they are geotechnical engineers there, and they showed us using a machine that tested structures of certain concretes and stuff, just how strong 12 layers of cardboard layered together and glued properly really can be. And we found that it can hold up to 1,400 pounds, 12 layers itself. And that's what we do for strength, to make our devices and make sure they're safe and sound for the physically impaired kids.
So I'm going to go into detail about how our process works. So this is a full sheet of cardboard. So we layer one down and we glue each layer. So right here you can see we're spreading the glue onto the sheets, and then after we're done spreading the glue, we'll lay another sheet of cardboard down. That would be 12 layers to create a assistive device. That right there, the sheet of cardboard, that's only 3 layers, and if you feel how strong, it feels like a piece of wood. So yeah.
We also like to say how this, in fact, is not a prototype. This is actually a real device that we are borrowing from one of our physically impaired students, so we need to get this back to them after this. But we don't just make prototypes. We make actual devices that are being used every day by these students, and we have been for the past 2 years now, and we'll continue to keep making them. And 40 students next year, and the year after that, will be in this class, and we'll keep making these devices for these students.
We also do teams in our class. So there's typically around 4 groups in our class because it's a semester class, so it's only half a year. But we have a design coordinator, which is like the leader of the group to keep the group on task and make sure everyone's doing their job and to use teamwork and responsibility. But the number one thing that is hard for us is the lack of technology. The lack of technology is we always have to draw blueprints by hand. It's not always to scale, so sometimes we can mess up, but the thing about cardboard is it's recyclable. And if we do mess up, you can recycle it and start all over again. So, but would any of you like to come sit on this just to see how much it can hold?
Yes.
But the therapeutic, what it does, this you can rotate around the bottom, so if you want to swivel it, that strengthens their core. And Josh, one of the PI students, he has spina bifida, and this helps him strengthen his core, and he can't walk properly without canes. So he likes to sit on this while he does his homework, and it's very fun for him to sit on it rather than just a regular chair. But while he's working on his homework, he can also get therapeutic.
We make all of these devices in several different sizes. We customize them to meet the student's specific needs and likes. For example, that chair, that you're sitting on there is we painted it yellow and green because we asked Josh what colors he would like it to be, and we made it to fit his specific needs. And we have all kinds of these chairs in different sizes too. We have some that fit high school level age and middle school level age, and then that one for obviously pre-K and elementary.
So what you're saying is that's not Nick's size. Probably not quite.
If you liked it, then
it worked.
there you go.
I would love to know, as we open up the questions here, what are some other examples of adaptive devices that you guys have created? This one you said is for a student with spina bifida. What are some other disabilities that these devices have helped with?
Some of the other disabilities that they've helped with, for example, is cerebral palsy, which one of our students here, Mercedes, has. And we made a device, we make specific devices to help these needs. For example, for Mercedes' cerebral palsy, we made a thing called a prone stander, and it helps with like spinal reconstruction, and how that word is. It just helps her basically stand up straight because she can't stand straight on her own. So this device really assists her in making her life easier because she can crawl up it on her own. And she likes to stand and talk with her friends and do her work on the desk on the top of it. And all these devices are made to make their lives easier.
So cool.
Well, before we open it up to the judge, that truly is like a piece of board. If I was strong enough, she could stand up.
And that's just 3 layers. Again, we make it 12 layers.
12 layers. And test and learn, what's the science that you explored to get to this?
Okay, the science behind the cardboard is in between each like sheet of paper, I guess you could say, there's corrugation, which is like little like humps inside the sheet of paper. And what this does is create structure for the layers. And inside is hollow. Some of it is hollow, so it makes it lightweight and easy to work with. But it is also durable because of the structure inside of it and the corrugation.
And I mean, obviously, if it's layered up enough, cardboard is engineered to be durable and strong like it is. And when we layer 12 layers together, that makes it even more strong and durable than it originally is itself.
You know, it's funny, as an HGTV buff, you should know, there are so many cool mid-century designs that used cardboard in furniture making back in the 50s and the 60s, and it's interesting how they've kind of gone by the wayside, but what an economical source to be able to help out all of your fellow students. Well, judges, what kinds of questions do you guys have? Let's start with James.
So your cardboard is really strong, and have you like looked at other options to do with this? I mean, besides what you're doing, which is phenomenal, but other extensions from that. I mean, because I'm sure that Nick feels like his abs are much tighter now from that experience on that chair. You know, I mean, have you thought about other places that you could take it?
Yeah, we have before, but the thing about cardboard that's good about it is we can use that in a way that makes it easier for other places to do it too. So not just our community can do it now, other places can take this idea from us and use cardboard, which is a very simple thing to get that we can make. We can get it from our cafeteria when they deliver oranges and stuff, but it makes it easier for other places to do it. And Maddie.
It's pretty practical because you can find cardboard anywhere. You can go to your school cafeteria, you can get it out of the waste bin, and if we didn't use these cardboard, it would go to waste. It would go to landfills and it would pollute the earth. So by taking the cardboard and putting it to assistive devices, it gives it a much greater use. But I also want to take a look. So some of our assistive devices are very hard to price because it is customable, like it's one of a kind to that person. Some of them, like this chair, can help many people, but it's for Josh, practically. But anyways, if you look right here, the total cost savings is $23,515. But that's only from we saw a catalog with therapeutic devices that were worth thousands of dollars that the school couldn't get any otherwise. So that's a lot.
Now, as you said before, because these are customized to the student's specific needs and likes, they can't be priced. And the way we come up with this price is we found devices that do basically the exact same thing that costs lots of money, and we've saved this much in just 2 years alone. And when our projects continue to be made, it's going to save us a lot for our district while it's helping these kids as well.
So it must be really gratifying to see what you've built for these students in use. And how many requests do you receive to build for the school?
Well, in total so far, we've made 24 assistive devices, not counting the semesters. And our physical therapist in our district requests them, but now Mr. Weidman has announced to us that we are getting requests from other schools all over the state of Missouri for devices to be made for us, or for them, by us, out of cardboard. And it's really cool to see all the physically impaired students' faces light up when they get these new devices that really make their lives a lot easier.
Shane?
Is there also a benefit of just going to someone who does need help and actually building a product for them, interacting with them, going to them and saying, do you want to be a part of the process?
Well, you wouldn't on a normal basis go to a different school, because we are in the middle school and we go to Loudoun, which is an elementary school, and that's where the physically impaired students go. But once I figured out that cardboard is way stronger than ever expected, it can do a lot. And physically impaired students is just one step. We can go even further if the technology helps us, getting a program for the blueprints, putting up to scale. But when I gave this to Josh, his face lit up and he dropped his canes and wanted to run over there and start swirling on it, because there was one before this, but it was just a prototype. So,
Ted?
Can you talk a little bit about the design process you use when a teacher comes to you with a new idea? And can you also talk a little bit about how you resolve any conflicts that may arise while you're doing the design?
So our teacher of our STEAM class, Mr. Weidman over there, taught us that quantity is better than quality. And why that is because when we have, as we said before, we work in groups. So when our physical therapist comes to us and tells us what she needs, we all come up with ideas to make our projects the best we can. And then whether they collide or not, we can work off of those ideas to make one quantity or quality goal, which in the end becomes our final project.
Nick?
Okay, so I was a biologist, not an engineer, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but it's called tensile strength. That's the strength of any material, correct? Something like that. So we're all learning, right? Is there a different tensile strength for recycled cardboard as opposed to cardboard that is purchased? And can you use both? Is it possible to then take what already is recycled cardboard and make this product? Because this is awesome.
Yeah, so when we first started this class, when he started it last year, he had no idea. He just got handed what STEM was to him. Our principal said, hey, can you do a STEM class? He's like, sure, but he didn't know what to do. So when he got inspired by a website and he saw that they were making cardboard, stuff out of cardboard, he said, okay, well, I need to get cardboard. So he went to the school cafeteria, he went to other classrooms, which then our project became known. It became more popular. By making it more popular, more students wanted to get into the class. When more students, there's more parents, there's more jobs that have cardboard. So we currently get donated from a parent of the student that was in last year. They donate sheets of cardboard like this, and it's still cardboard, the recycled cardboard that was used is still as good as this, but we prefer this cardboard because it's much easier to work with.
Mm-hmm. And I have one more question. I can't help myself. I would love to hear a description from you guys about how the vibe in the classroom is different now when you get to walk in and see these kids who have these very specific needs, and they're able to sit upright, they're able to stand up, they're able to swivel their chair, or do all of the things that before they weren't able to do.
Well, Mercedes, me and her and I relate because we're both girls and we both like girly things. So she always asked me to, we have two prone standers, so she always asked me to stand in the other one while we play iPad or play a puzzle. So it's really nice to know that someone appreciates the project and appreciates the class and what we do. It's a very humbling experience.
Not only does it really affect the physically impaired kids as they're getting devices that make their lives easier, but I feel like it also really affects the class as they learn valuable life lessons about helping others. And then when we do deliver our devices, they really get to feel this and see this because they see just how much easier it makes these physically impaired kids' lives. And it makes me feel great that I get to be a part of helping and creating these devices that help them. And I know it does a lot of the other kids too, because they come in with a better attitude about it, and they're like, this is great. And it really is. It really is great.
And have you been asked to make duplicates? Like the kids love them so much they want one for at home?
Definitely. We're actually doing that right now in our class. A kid, Drew, has a specialized chair that helps him sit upright, and he does so well in it that his mom has asked us to make him one for home, so we're currently making one for him at home right now.
That's great.
Nice. Well, Dakota and Madison, let's give them a big round of applause. Ridgewood Middle School. Thank you.
Great job, you guys.
I'm behind you, Karen.
Oh, there he is.
All right, so our next folks are from Oakland Park, Florida.
And are they? Where are we here? Ooh, we've only got two more
left
before our break.
Now, I've had a chance to visit with these guys a little bit over the last couple of days. We talked about their Zen state this morning, so we'll see how their presentation goes. But you know, one of the themes we've heard today is innovation is born from tragedy.
Yeah.
And as we listen to the story that we're about to and the work that this team has done around a tragedy that happened in their community around rip currents, their community is ocean-based, and really an inspiring story. We look forward to hearing about this.
Thank you. Definitely. So let's give a really big hand, you guys, for Austin Kirkland, Melinda Hosang, is that correct? And their teacher, Rhonda Flynn, out there somewhere.
Hi guys, I'm Austin Kirkland.
And I'm Melinda Hosing, and we're from Northeast High School in Oakland Park near Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Where we come from, the ocean is a big part of our life. It's everywhere. You know, we live on a peninsula.
And with the ocean comes dangers like rip currents. And at the beginning of the school year, we suffered 2 personal losses of a close friend and a young relative due to rip currents. So we came up with a rip current detecting buoy to help people and prevent them from drowning the way that they did.
Well, in our original model, it was a big, almost donut-like thing of a buoy. It was a platform. And after consulting ocean experts and researchers, they told us that we were heading in the wrong direction. So we got back on the drawing board and we came up with an ovular shape with one side painted yellow, the other side painted red. Well, we've got a hydrodynamic fin that we're still working on. We still have a lot to do with it. But with the hydrodynamic fin, because when there's a backwards current, also known as a rip current, it will turn and show the red side, kind of warning the swimmers, hey, don't swim here, there's a big red sign.
This project also entailed a lot of outreach. We went to local middle and elementary schools and even our own school to teach them about rip currents and the dangers of them because they can move 8 feet per second. And no matter how close you get to the beach, there was a lot of students that didn't know what rip currents are. We also taught the children about innovation. We gave them materials to make their own device that would help people in rip currents, and they came up with some really amazing ideas.
Also, with working with this, we use GIS, which is Geographic Information Systems, to plot where we're going to put our buoys and how far out they should be. We're still working with that, but also we're trying to incorporate an underwater robot. We're going to try and attach a depth finder so that lifeguards can send it out early in the morning to scan the bottom for channels, because rip currents occur most where there are channels in the water.
And this project is by no means finished. We plan to keep on working on it through this summer and the next school year. But with that, a few things to leave you with are, if you are at the beach, never swim alone, always know your water conditions, and if you do get stuck in a rip current, swim parallel with the shore.
And also, if our project saves one life, then it did its job. Honestly, we're just trying to get it to where we can help save people. And you know, with a hard project that everyone's been working on, you know, the main thing is perseverance. You got to persevere.
So a big thank you to Samsung for allowing us to be here today. We're really grateful.
So I guess I would like a little bit more clarity before we answer, or before we jump into the judges' questions, of kind of precisely how this technology works.
Okay, well, I'm gonna walk over here so I can show you.
Yeah.
Well, this is upside down. This is the fin. It's gonna be anchored to the ground. And the fin, okay, so a normal current pushes through like this.
Mm-hmm.
And the yellow side would be facing the beach. Well, whenever a backwards current comes through, it pushes this way. And with the fin, it'll allow it to move. It's still anchored, but it changes position to where now the beach sees the red. And whenever you're looking out at the ocean, you can see, hey, don't swim here. There's a big red sign.
Makes sense. Yeah. Pretty straightforward. All right, guys.
Judges, what do you think?
They're stumped. Oh, Laura, go ahead.
Just wondering, how many iterations did you go through to come up with this final prototype?
I think this is design number 5. After talking to a lot of experts, we had to jump around a lot. We went from a platform to just almost like a beacon. We had wires, we had sensors, and we talked to them, and they said, you know what, simplicity will be key here. Because a lot of places won't put in the maintenance for wiring and stuff underwater. So this is probably about number 5.
And would you say that was your number one challenge with this? And why do you think that there isn't something out there that exists now?
Oh, sorry. Well, do you want to answer this? Okay.
I would say the iterations are a huge part of, it's a huge issue with creating this kind of detection system. And I believe that there's not products out this like there because every time there's a storm or a strong wind, the beach and the sand channels that influence rip currents, they change. So it's really hard to create a system to detect rip currents.
Absolutely brilliant. So simple, doesn't need, I mean, it just says red or go in or don't go in. Is there anything else that you can learn from placing these in the ocean, like the type of swell that's coming, or types of current, or the way that the beach is going to change over time?
Well, through time, we can use it to, before storms, of course, we can track how it affects it. Through the years, we can see what happens then, and then possibly be able to predict it. I can't give you a definite on that, but.
Can you talk a little bit about the robot?
Yes, I can. Well, the kit that was given to us was given us by the Navy, and it's an underwater robot. We've got controls for it right here. It doesn't work because we're not underwater.
And this was also created by our robotics team because our group is separated into 4 or 5 teams of GIS, research, engineering, robotics, and then there was a group of us that went to all the schools and did outreach.
But also, go ahead.
So this is such a simple, amazing idea. I'm like so shocked it just doesn't exist already, right? So congrats on that. Does your local community, have they expressed interest in just putting these out there already?
Well, with ours, I mean, we had the news come, and they helped us out a lot. They gave us a lot of, I don't want to use publicity, but they gave us a lot of help and motivation. And afterwards, I got a lot of people, I mean, coming into the airport, we had people say, hey, we seen you on the news, good job, that's a #1 issue here. So, I mean, they did give us a lot of help, and we've had a lot of community help.
And then Deerfield Ocean Rescue has also been a huge part in this because we went and talked to them about how our product could help people and how they could use the robot to send out. So, and then our school has also really come together with the hashtag Samsung Solve NEHS and stuff. Like, the community of our school, I feel like, has never been really as close.
James?
So you said you're on iteration 5 of this, and I mean, obviously, when you started with iteration 1, and you had said that you were thinking electronics, and as it keeps changing, as you keep getting ideas, was there a point where you thought, oh, this, we've done all this work, and now we're going to go completely and change our project, where it was discouraging, or was it more exciting in that, like, oh, look, we've got a whole new idea, so it's like a whole different project?
Well, for me, at least, I can't answer for the rest of the team. For me, at least, whenever we went to a local college and talked to them, when we came back, he poked holes in our idea, and a lot of us were discouraged, but the next day, I'm like, you know what? Why sit here and mope about it? Why not work? So me and the team jumped back together, and we started working, and honestly, I feel like that gave us a bigger incentive to, no, let's not give up on this. Let's try even harder.
A lot of buoys already collect weather data. I think it would be really interesting to talk with NOAA and see if they would be interested in collecting current data. It's an interesting project.
That's a great idea.
All right.
Well, Oakland Park Northeast High School. This Austin and Melinda, what a great journey you've been on, and thank you for sharing. Thank you.
Congrats. Thank you. All right.
Okay,
so we're on to last but not least mode, aren't we?
For the break.
Before the
Till
break.
the afternoon session.
That's true. That's
right.
So who do we have up next?
Our next folks are from Waterville, Washington.
Waterville, Washington.
Waterville High School, and we've
got Taylor Riggs and Laura Schreiner. I'm assuming that's the two of you. Your teacher is Chris DeRuthi? Dartha. I was close. Where's Chris? Is Chris here? Wait. No? Flying solo, huh? Of course.
Really quick, we had a poster, but it was too big to fit on.
Just make sure that's on. Yeah, it is. Okay.
We had a poster, but it was too big to put on stage.
So you're going to be doing an interpretive dance?
Interpretive dance.
I'm so excited.
Yes. Well, as New Yorkers, and I'm from Northern Canada to begin with, I understand your project where icy sidewalks in the winter can create hazardous conditions, to say the least. And it looks like your team got together and kind of took that on, and we're looking forward to hearing what that solution might be.
All right, good luck, you guys.
Thank you.
Well, hello, judges. I am Laura Schreiner.
I'm Taylor Riggs.
We are from a small town in a rural area in Washington called Waterville, and we are the highest incorporated town in the state. Our school is 260 strong, K through 12, and this is our first year including STEM into our science project program.
During the winters in Waterville, it gets pretty harsh. We get 30 inches of snow, which is about a foot more than the national average. And our community is made up of mainly elderly citizens, so it becomes hard for them to commute around town with a bunch of ice and snow on the sidewalks.
This year alone, we've had 9 days of late start and 3 days of no school, and we have had more injuries on school property alone than we have had in many years. And being from an area like this, we know how to handle snow days, so we decided to take this precaution by creating our sidewalk.
And due to these dangerous conditions, we as a class were inspired to try to make the community safer for everyone in the winter.
Since the county can take care of the roads, and since they have plows and stuff, we decided to focus on sidewalks.
We wanted to come up with a green way for the solar sidewalk. We didn't want to use any chemicals because we are from a farming community, and we didn't want to hurt the environment in any way, shape, or form.
We created an idea to make a sidewalk that is portable, and it is heated and powered by solar cells.
The sidewalk would be portable, so you could easily fold it up and move it to wherever it was needed.
We planned our project by drawing it out on paper and talking to our shop teacher and an electrician who helped us with the wiring.
STEM was the basic building block behind this project, of course. We had to learn how to convert direct current to alternating current. We had to record everything with the camera. We had to talk to an electrician to understand how to wire the solar cells correctly for them to work. And then we had to calculate how much amps and voltage the solar cells produced.
Our project is pretty simple. It involves a car battery, a power inverter, PVC pipe, gutter wire, and the solar cells.
And we wanted to use a basic concept for our project, so we just used gutter wire as the main source of heat.
We created a solar panel ourselves. We bought the little individual solar cells, and we had to solder them all together ourselves.
And during this project, we encountered many problems. First off, these solar cells are super fragile, so they break. Really, you could show them if you want to. Yeah, so, and then we had to research a ton to understand how they worked, and when we finished the prototype, we found out that there was a short somewhere in the panel, so we had to go back and troubleshoot that and figure out where the short was, so.
We used our baseball field, since the snow had already started to melt, to troubleshoot our project. Since there was still a lot of snow on the grass, our baseball players needed their field to practice on, so we used the baseball field. And we have places in the future in our downtown areas, such as the post office and the store, where we would lay these out and let our community use them, and we plan to have more to come.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Do we want to open it up to the judges? I have some questions, but I've been doing too much talking. So why don't we start with the judges?
We'll see if they ask one of yours.
Okay.
So how big are the panels that you make, and how much ice can they melt, and how quickly?
The panels are 2 feet by 5 feet, and there's about 4 panels.
And what did you say? What was this?
How much ice can they melt, and how quickly?
I think it can melt 3 inches of ice within 20 minutes. So.
Yeah.
Did you look at any other form of on-site energy to melt the ice? And I guess I always keep giving them recommendations. It's awful. But I actually saw something just came out. It's a piece of cardboard, so we could use cardboard, that if people were stepping on it, that actually generates an energy current. And I'm wondering if you guys could use any type of energy current to melt ice.
Well, we have also added on, we are deciding to make a windmill, like plan it out ourselves and hook it up so we can store the power and use it for the sidewalk. Because being on a flat plateau, we get a lot of wind, so it's another way to create natural energy.
Can you like I'm 5 years old, explain exactly how this works? Because I'm just a little confused in like the process of how it melts the snow, and like, are you putting this panel on top of the ice? Is it already, are you walking on it?
We created a solar panel ourselves, so that we have 4 rows of 8 of these, and we had to solder them all together ourselves and hook it all up so we could capture all the energy into a battery.
But what actually melts the ice? What actually melts the ice?
It's the gutter wire, because we collect heat from the sun, and then it converts into thermal energy. So, yeah, it'll heat up the gutter wire and it'll melt.
And where do you place all of those wires?
Well, we created frames, like sidewalk frames, and they were 4 feet, 5 feet, 5 feet by 2 feet. So we had it just follow the frame. So.
James.
So you've got like an icy sidewalk already, and then you put these down.
Yeah.
And then you melt it, and then you remove it so that people can walk on it. This isn't like you're going to set it down and let people walk on top of this.
Well, that was kind of like something we're thinking about. We're going to try to just build them into the sidewalk so you could easily walk over them, and then handicapped people could, roll over it without having problems. So.
But right now it's a portable device.
Yeah, it's portable,
You can
so
put
you
it
fold it
wherever
up
you need.
easily and move it to
Interesting.
wherever.
So yeah, that's great. Any other thoughts? Yeah.
Do we have a cost?
What
this is?
Yeah, total we only use $700, and we are from a small community, so we don't have a lot of money. So, yeah.
And this is also, we built the solar panel ourselves, and we built the sidewalk ourselves, and with future planning, we try to make this cost lower.
So I have a quick question. Twice a winter I fall down the stairs at the front of my house. I think the sidewalk's a great application of it, but for home walkways, stairs, have you thought about that as part of the vision?
Well, I think we were focusing on sidewalks, but the more we gather all these ideas, we can make it to where it works on stairs and other places besides sidewalks.
Is that just about changing the shape of the frame?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, you guys call me in about October, because I'll be ready.
That sounds good.
All right, well, Waterville High School, right?
Waterville High School.
Good job, you guys.
So
All
that
right.
takes us to
I think that takes
the
us to
close
our,
of the morning
our
session.
break. We've got Bree coming up here. Bree, do you want to give any instruction for what the students should do?
Sure.
Before you do, Bree, but we
Yeah.
just heard some terrific presentations.
We did.
This whole idea, everybody's already won, so everybody this morning, tremendous. Thank you. I better say.
Good job, you guys. Congratulations.
Good. And now for Bree.
Hi. Great job, everybody. That was amazing. Thank you, judges. So we're going to break for about an hour. Our afternoon session starts at 1 p.m. And if the Solve for Tomorrow schools can just stay here, we're going to take you on upstairs. Thank you, everybody.
Do you know how to get upstairs?
Hi, it's Maddie for FabLab. Today we had 7 of our 15 finalists for Samsung's Solve for Tomorrow competition pitch their ideas. They've been so inspiring, so passionate. They're working on projects that are environmentally themed, related to the bees. There's community safety, trying to prevent rip currents and traffic accidents. I'm so inspired, and they're middle school and high school students. But right now, I would like to welcome Laura and Maya from BrainPop. BrainPop. Laura's one of the judges, Maya's with her, and they're going to tell me a little bit about what they do. So I will go ahead and have you two sit.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, so welcome to New York and welcome to FabLab. Can you please just say your name and introduce BrainPop?
Sure. My name is Laura Gatto, and I'm an instructional product designer for BrainPop.
And my name is Maya Gopher. We're actually based in New York. BrainPop is based in New York. And I manage the relationship between BrainPop and Samsung. It's a global relationship, and we're so happy to be able to be here with you today and sponsor this wonderful, wonderful challenge. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's been so inspiring. So tell me a little bit about what BrainPop does.
Well, BrainPop is a digital education company. We have a curriculum that covers every subject from K through 12, and we are centered around different movie topics, and the movies are generally about 3 minutes, and then we have all kinds of support material that will help scaffold that and deepen the learning around the movie content.
Okay.
But Maya probably has a more
full response.
answer. Yeah,
Tell me about BrainPop.
So BrainPop is very much a global brand, as is Samsung. We have been around since 1999, creating engaging, animated, cross-curricular resources for kids as well as teachers, so that they're engaged in learning with many different tools. BrainPop and Samsung started our partnership about 4 years ago, and we're collaborating globally. This is one of the most exciting collaborations that we've had, seeing these kids and the projects that they've created, inspired by Samsung, as well as STEM resources like BrainPop, really warms our heart. This is our mission. BrainPop was started by educators to engage students, and we're so delighted to see these young students and their teachers, what they're doing for their communities.
Yeah, I think, I just wanted to mention that one of the videos I happened to watch about the beekeepers, they had highlighted a BrainPop video on biodiversity, I believe.
Oh, nice. So that's how they were introduced to
Yeah.
this problem in general.
Exactly.
A chair.
So
Thank you.
they can find out a lot about different aspects of their problems
Awesome.
with our content.
So walk me through the process. Say I'm an environmental science student. I'll first watch a BrainPop video to become introduced to a topic, and then what?
Well, and then you could decide to make a map about it. So we talked earlier about visual tools to help explain your thinking behind a topic or to help you problem solve and brainstorm. So you could use a tool on brainpop.com called Make a Map to further break down your understanding of a topic. And there's a Game Up, which is a selection of games that can help further your learning on a particular topic and might help spur ideas. And
Can you use the game to test yourself? If you're preparing for an upcoming test, is that?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so
yeah,
test prep too.
there are definitely all ways to deepen your learning. Formative assessment. You can submit to your teacher different aspects of the gameplay. We have a tool called Snapthought where you can actually capture moments in your gameplay.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and write about them and submit that to your teacher as evidence of your learning and what you've gone through. Of course, we have quizzes that you can take after each move that you watched as well. And
Yeah, that's correct. So with a multitude of resources, all modular, none of them are prescriptive. The teacher has the ability to engage the kids in many different ways, and the kids have the ability to explore on their own. and learn and continue to learn by playing games, as Laura said, doing concept mappings, and all of these features would work wonderfully on any device. So if you are in a smart classroom by Samsung and you have the tablets, you can create your maps on the tablet, submit and save them to your teacher. Your teacher has the ability to comment back to you. Same with the
So
games.
it's really an online communication. Is BrainPop an app or is it a website?
It's a website as well as an app. It's
All
fully
the
mobile, so you can use it on any device, and it pairs beautifully with the Samsung devices.
Okay, that's awesome. What I love about this is I work a lot with service learning with young people and really helping them see that their communities have people, animal, and environmental needs, and the connections between those three topics are very interrelated. And so to address a really complicated problem, you have to understand all the stakeholders involved, how you can build those community partnerships. So tell me why BrainPop really focuses on building those connections and relationships and helping students visualize them in their learning.
Sure. I think BrainPop started from just kids asking questions. That's how the founder of our company started the whole offering of BrainPop topics. Kids were sending in questions about what they see in the world around them. And it's oftentimes making those connections between what they learn in the classroom and what other concepts they experience in their day-to-day life that inspired Dr. Kadar, the founder of BrainPop, to create these short animated videos that give you really a great overview using key terminology and key concepts highlighted by animation and by humor and fun characters. So if you're thinking about it, most of BrainPop topics work on making those connections between concepts in technology and science and health and mathematics, as well as the arts. So it's really an offering that you can use to understand phenomenons in the world around you, specifically STEM, but also to connect with what the teacher in your classroom is engaged in highlighting for you.
Right, so it really can benefit the students in terms of helping to see those outside connections, as well as the teacher who's trying to relate their classroom material or their state standards to what's happening in the outside world. So how many videos do you guys have on different topics? And then how many countries are you operating in? You said you're a global platform.
I'll give Maya the global, but we have, in BrainPop, we have over 800 movie topics to select from, and then we have BrainPop Junior, which is the K through 3 special, and they have almost 300 topics, and we're developing topics all of the time. Cool. So we continually come out with new movies. We also have an ESL component and other international products that Maya can talk about.
Right. So between the different products, we're talking about tens of thousands of hours of resources. And BrainPop is indeed global. We offer these resources in 5 different language versions.
Wow.
Including
cool.
Mandarin, Spanish, and French. And we operate all over the world. And our partnership with Samsung is indeed global. It's spanning from the Republic of Korea to the US and the Caribbean, and we're hoping to see many, many more collaborations.
That's great. So can you talk a little bit about the space of online learning? Because I'm in college now, but when I was in elementary school, we didn't have anything. We didn't have tablets in the classroom. It was like learning how to type on Microsoft Word, and that space has really evolved in such a short amount of time. So where's BrainPop kind of going next, and how do you guys really, galvanize and become a part of this online learning?
I'll let Laura answer that.
I mean, that's a topic we could talk all afternoon about. But it's an exciting time to be in education now, and digital space in particular. I mean, I have 2 kids. I have a 9-year-old and a almost 7-year-old. And I think the funny thing is that my son was born the same year that the iPhone came out. And yeah, so it's funny. It puts things into perspective because he knows nothing other than swiping and going and Googling whatever it is you want to know about anything. Mm-hmm. So we have this just world that's ripe for interactive learning, and knowledge is at your fingertips. So I think that the interesting thing about where we're going as a company and what we want to sort of impress upon the classroom more and more is that creating and solving problems is the future. And that's why I'm so excited to be here and a part of this day, and giving kids tools to solve problems with, and how do they, look at the world around them and see things that they can figure out how to solve. And they have awesome ideas, and a lot of times I think they can solve them better than adults, because we have all of these blocks and blinders on as something's too expensive to make, and here they come and all the ideas today are just simply amazing based on the fact that they're so simple and so inexpensive, the way they address them. So, again, I could talk about this all day, but I think digital tools just are that. They're just tools. But I think the power and the future of education lies in focusing in on encouraging the problem-solving skills and critical thinking necessary around all of that. And since they can Google anything, it's no more about knowledge is power. Knowledge is power, but really
How do you
creating
use that knowledge?
Yeah, creating now is where the power is. So I think, if I was going to say where's BrainPop going, I think we want to become a creative outlet for kids, so that we can give them tools to help them create with. And
awesome. That's super, super inspiring. And I know I wish I had BrainPop when I was growing up. And I think that it's going to help inspire and really get so many engaged in their communities. So thank you so much for being here and for being a judge on the competition. I know that the kids are so excited to present their stories to you.
Yeah, it's a privilege for me. Thank you for having us.
Yeah,
Thank
absolutely.
You so
nice
much.
to meet you both. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, doll. Thanks, guys. Thanks.
And now we have Andrew Bevan. He's from Samsung. We're just welcoming him to our music studio. Hi.
Hi, Maddie.
Have a seat.
Thanks.
Welcome. I'm
Is this
Maddie.
the hot seat?
This is the hot seat. So tell me a little bit about your role at Samsung and why you're excited for the competition today.
Well, I'm Vice President for Corporate Reputation for Samsung North America. Why am I excited? How can you not be, right? You think about what the students are doing, how they're using technology, how they're using STEM to kind of better their communities. And some of these stories inspired by personal tragedy or personal inspiration, it's just makes you feel really good about being part of Samsung today. And Solve for Tomorrow, what a great theme. We've been doing that for 6 years. This is the 3rd year of the pitch. And each year, more and more wonderful students come forward. It really gives me a signal that the future is going to be pretty great.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I've been so inspired just sitting in the audience. And not only are students learning these STEM skills, but they also have the opportunity to practice public speaking and practice pitching. It's
And
just
the
like the Shark
confidence.
Tank, but for students.
I
Yeah.
watched them today and give middle school and up, and these kids, young adults, are so confident. You see their passion for it. And when it gets down to them explaining the technology, the engineering, it's pretty impressive. I really am impressed by it.
Yeah, definitely. Can you share with us some of the success stories of Samsung Solve for Tomorrow throughout the year? Some of your favorite stories?
Well, I think just based on what you heard this morning, every story is a success story.
Absolutely.
But when you think about some of the things that really inspired me today, is there's a couple incidents that were born out of tragedy. You think about safety and the commitment they put back and the passion that they put into the project. I don't think to them it's about winning.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's about their contribution and the commitment they're making, and it's a mold for the future leaders, right? So everybody's a success story, and Solve for Tomorrow is a contest, but I'm not going to single out any individual because I think they're all doing really terrific today. One success story, of course, is one of our panel judges today. His classroom won last year, and it's great to see them giving back and still staying part of the community and part of the program. So that makes Solve for Tomorrow a success all day long.
What was their project?
You know what? I don't know last year's project.
That's okay. I think they're all available on
They're all
Samsung.com.
available last year, yeah. And this afternoon, we're going to hear another
6 more.
Six
Yeah.
more. You
Yeah.
think about it, there's 4,100 classroom applicants. We're down to 15. It'll narrow down to 5. The ability to go back to their communities, they've already won. The National 5 winners will bring $125,000 of technology back to their communities to bring these ideas to life. And you know each of those students is going to pay it forward. So STEM and preparing our students for the future, both from business, community leadership, this is what it's all about.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been so impressed here at FabLab and just seeing your commitment. It's such an alignment with ours to empowering young people to get engaged now and not wait until, they have degrees already, but understanding they can apply STEM today. So can you just describe the space that we're in?
You're at Samsung 837.
Yeah, it's so cool.
This space is about a month old. We opened to the public last month. It's really what we like to call the convergence of technology and culture, and presenting technology in new ways, not in a traditional retail experience, but an experience where people can dream and imagine what the future could look like, get their hands on amazing technology like virtual reality. If you haven't went on the virtual reality
Yeah, there's
roller
a tunnel.
coaster,
I can't wait to check
you
it
have
out.
to try that out. But the idea here is to just unlock the imagination and the possibilities of the future and making sure we're bringing that technology to life in a meaningful way to people, to communities, to businesses. That's what 837 is all about.
Awesome. So quickly, what kinds of events do you have here to involve the community?
Well, this is built for the community. It's not a closed off Samsung 837. The doors are open to the community. We have great public events. We have Oscar viewing parties. We've had
fun.
entertainment. We have a program called Shared Values, where we bring in our good neighbors, whether it be from Silicon Valley or from retail or from arts and fashion. And it's really that mashup or that intersection of technology and culture.
I've heard it described as this digital playground, and it's so
It's a
much fun
playground
to be in
indeed.
here. But thank you, Andrew,
Yeah.
so much
Thank
for
you.
being here and for your enthusiasm. And I'm so inspired by all that Samsung does.
Well, thank you to FabLab. You've been great partners with us in bringing this story to life.
Awesome.
Thank you.
All right. We are now welcoming Nick and Cara, my 2 FabLab co-hosts in New York. They're judges and co-hosts of the Samsung Solve for Tomorrow event. Welcome, guys.
Thanks, Maddie.
Yeah, all right.
I think we might be offering Maddie some relief. Are we going to take over right now?
Oh, is that what we're going to do?
Okay. I think
All
it's time
right.
for you
High
to
five for
get
killing
some
the game.
lunch, girl.
right.
Do it. All right. Do we need this?
I'm sitting on my battery pack.
I
It's
don't think I
weird.
need that.
Every
I know.
time I adjust.
Oh, you guys.
There
I'm
we
wearing
go.
2. I'm wearing 2 battery packs right now.
Hold on. Okay, there I got it.
I also
okay.
I have a pocket full of note cards.
A pocket full of note cards. That sounds like a song,
I
doesn't
know.
it?
There are 15 schools who are finalists in this competition. Each
Right.
school
Was
has
that
2
okay?
students
The
who are being represented.
Yeah.
Of course, sometimes their classroom is up to like 150 students.
Right.
And potentially 2 teachers for each school. I can't remember that many names.
I mean,
I want to.
I'm a judge, right? So I know you up there, you have to present. I mean, that's its own thing, right? That takes a skill in itself. But I have the pressure,
Oh, please.
Cara, the pressure. These kids, I mean, every single one of them is so talented.
I know.
And these projects are, you don't go from 1,400 to 15 and your project isn't amazing, right?
4,100.
4,100.
Yeah.
4,100.
3 times that number.
3 times that
That's
number.
crazy.
To 15. It was, yeah, so it's less than 1%, correct? If you're doing the math correctly?
Yeah, I think that's less than 1%.
1%.
That's like way less than 1%.
Way less than 1%. So
It's
I
less
mean,
than 0.1%.
less than 0.1%. Correct us if I'm wrong. Hit me up at Nick Uhas and let me know how good my math skills are. But yeah, I mean, every one of these is obviously handpicked, selected. They're phenomenal because lots of work has been put into them. They've gone through all these screening processes, and we're seeing like the cream of the crop. So
I know.
to loop that back around, my job as a judge is tough.
Listen,
okay?
listen. I don't envy the decision that you're faced with.
Okay.
I don't
okay.
envy the votes that you have to make and weighing in to ultimately decide who are going to be the top 5 finalists, who are going to get to go to Washington, D.C.,
How cool
have
is
these
that?
wonderful tours, like feel like statesmen
They
and
also-
women.
They
while
also
they're
get to
there.
go to the Korean embassy.
The Korean embassy. How
Yeah.
cool is that?
Yeah.
And really be able to present their projects to individuals who could really, I don't know, take the ideas that they're saying and implement them in a much larger way.
Right.
I think one thing that I said it when I was on stage, and I really meant it. One thing that's so cool about Solve for Tomorrow is that these are local issues that these kids are facing, oftentimes with very personal stories, sometimes tragic personal stories, but they have these local issues, and then they develop these, you know, innovative solutions to these problems. They really do have widespread appeal. Like, you know, a student in Alabama solving a problem could totally be applied in New York City.
Absolutely. I mean, the first one that we were presented with, I think it was the first one, had to do with bees. Okay.
Not quite. Second one.
Second one. Okay. Can we just jump in and start talking about the second one?
Yes. Let's talk about bees.
We're gonna go out of order here, right?
Okay.
This one, I'm thinking about being applied to, you know, other areas of just where I believe it was Alabama, correct?
Nope.
No.
Yes.
It was Alabama. It was Alabama.
It's like Brooklyn-Alabama?
Brooklyn-Alabama.
Alabama.
So these students developed essentially like a bee hive box that prevented the bees from dying prematurely, because there's been this really big problem in the US about this bee mite, but also they also raised issues of things that I actually didn't know existed. For example, if you have the beehive close to electrical power lines, then not the electrical current or the waves, but you know, something that is happening in that zone is causing the bees to die prematurely, right? And so they coated the box with copper.
Faraday cage.
Yeah.
Nice.
And it basically like prevented. They also came up with a screening system that sort of swept the mites off of the bees, and then the mites were actually captured below in this like sticky underground sort of area. The reason this is so important is because there's been a dramatic drop in the bee population in the United States. And while people are thinking, well, look, I don't eat honey all the time, that's actually not the problem. The problem is that bees also cross-pollinate. So they're a part of the ecosystem, right? They're this crucial part of the ecosystem that we really can't live without. Plus, I do love honey.
I can tell a third of the food that we eat pollinated by bees. I think that our producers are trying to tell us that maybe Maddie's swooping back in.
I don't know. They're just doing
There's
this.
a lot of hey, pay attention to us behind the cameras.
It's like, wait a minute, I'm on camera.
Where'd she come from? I know. Did you hear how long he was talking about bees? He's very excited about the bees.
Can I just tell you that we were bee farmers in Ohio, and I do like bees.
What else do you do in Ohio?
Well, I'll tell you what else we do in Ohio. We have a really good football team that beats another football team year after year after year.
Anyway, back to the projects, which I have described here.
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
So we already started with the bees one.
We talked about bees, but you skipped Brooklyn Technical College or high school. They might as well have been in college.
Right.
They were very impressive.
Unbelievable.
So they were working on some sort of alert system for pedestrian safety. So this is one of those really interesting innovations that really came out of tragedy. They lost some of their closest friends in school because they were hit by cars. And being here in New York City, I mean, I'm looking out the window right now. You can't see that because you're looking at us.
Right.
There's a window right there. And traffic is just terrible, and pedestrian safety is a really big issue. I mean, they even lowered the speed limit here in New York to 25 miles an hour because so many people were dying. What a cool idea to innovate, basically an alert system on your smartwatch that tells you, hey, there's a car coming. It hears the frequency of the car's engine and lets you know so that you can get out of the road as quickly as possible. Huge.
The coolest thing about this particular project is the amount of technology they have put into this project, right? Some of the questions that were thrown at them, I didn't expect as detailed of answers.
They were ready.
I mean, down to like frequency, actually words that I've never even heard before. I just took it for granted. I was like, that's definitely it. That's the one. I mean, no clue. I mean, I'm not a programmer. I'm not like a super techie, but like, I mean, on the science side of things, when it came to them talking about the sinusoidal waves and like, you know, tracking that type of information, I totally understood, and I just was like blown away that these kids went that far deep into the science for this particular project.
And this project really required a lot of ingenuity in the coding, and you could tell that these kids were like born computer programmers. You know, they're speaking a language that is just so important to be able to speak and to be able to write the programs that are necessary for this technology.
What I thought was really interesting for this project was that one of the students, he said he had a few years of programming experience, and then another student who was more, she was more involved in the advocacy, in the getting local community support, meeting with city council. And so she actually learned computer programming for this. And so I can really relate to that because you think about like, what does computer programming, I don't want to know how to build a video game. I don't care about video games. But she lost 3 friends in the course of 15 months. And this is what she lives with. And so she learned that skill and is applying it right now to actually do something about it.
Yeah. The other thing that I found really interesting about that was that dynamic between the two. It's like they definitely learned from each other, right?
Yeah.
The girl absolutely learned about technology through programming, and then the guy, you know, obviously I don't think, not that he didn't have the skill set, but that she was very passionate about this and was leading in the social section. So like, I thought they were a great team.
And I think you saw that across the board. You know, with a lot of these teams, what they would do is they would divide the group up so that they could then conquer. So they might
Divide and conquer.
Exactly. They might have a coding team. They may have a design team. They may have one that's, you know, solely focused on the prototypes. They may have one that's solely focused on the political ramifications, you know, and maybe talking to city officials in order to get approval to build some of these prototypes. So, I mean, a good example of that is Anoka Middle School, and they were working on these portable homeless shelters. It's such an ingenious idea, you know. We think about the fact that so many people live in shelters. Sometimes there aren't beds available. I recently actually was talking to an individual who was telling me that tuberculosis, for example, is rampant in homeless shelters.
I would not have thought that.
I know, these bygone kinds of diseases that when you get a lot of people who don't have access to good health care in very tight quarters, you can have communicable diseases. That's a really hard word to say.
That's a tough word.
Let's say contagious diseases. Let's just say contagious. It means the same thing.
Whatever, it's all the same.
Yeah, and they spread. And these are kids in their community. They were here in Minnesota who have students at their school who don't have a roof over their head. That's insane. And
they raised a really good point, and that's that getting back to just the structure of needs, right? So this girl was saying that she really considered that, you know, she didn't want to be mean in the classroom, or she didn't want to look down upon people who weren't performing as well in school because she thought maybe, perhaps, this person doesn't have the basic needs, which is a safe place to sleep, a warm house to go back to. And I think bringing that into the light and saying like, oh wow, yeah, you know, maybe not everybody has these basic needs.
Yeah.
That sort of changes the idea of, you know, maybe we should, you know, we should be doing something more proactive.
Exactly. So it's not just about building these shelters and doing this community work to ensure that these kids actually have a roof over their head, that they have a place where they can do their homework, they have a warm bed that they can sleep in at night. But it's bringing that empathy into the classroom when there's a kid in school who maybe, you know, their hygiene isn't where you think it should be, or maybe they're disruptive in class. Stopping and saying, you know, why might this be the case? And is there something much deeper going on? Does this person have a home? And if not, maybe I should be empathetic to that fact.
Absolutely. And can we talk about the engineering aspect of this? I love this. So I've had a lot of the questions that I've asked as the judge have been very detail-oriented, very like tech-specific or engineering-specific. And I was really interested in the size of the house for this, because in all the photos, it looked really small, right? And I thought, like, was this like really made for like kids? But I thought, there are kids that are actually really tall. Like, there were kids on my basketball team that were like 6'5" as like, you know, teenagers. And I thought, but then they addressed that issue. So they're making them more like a box that you would ship stuff in. Have you seen these things? Like the large freight boxes? I think they said 8 by 8 by 10. And that's, you know, that's actually a lot of room. I mean, some other countries have full-size houses that's where people live.
It's a tiny house. This is a tiny house. This is very in vogue right now. You see them all over TV. People are actually choosing to live in these really small quarters because then they can pare down their belongings and they can, you know, kind of live off the land. And it's having it such a small scale and removing all of the bulk so that you have just a heating source, you have good insulation, and you have portability. Yeah.
Bubble wrap, styrofoam, they compared all these materials.
Very cool.
Yeah, I loved it because these homes are actually built on trailers, and so they're portable. And so the young girl, she was so passionate about this, and she said, like, success to me, it's not just about, like, can we find enough and build enough mini houses for people in our community, but can we really house people in our state or kids in our state? And sometimes you come up with an idea and you're so gung-ho about really building it and making sure it happens, then that's kind of your end goal. But for her, they were talking about really engaging civically along the process so that the houses weren't removed, so that they were within the zoning laws. And so it really requires a lot of different skills to know the legality of that, know the engineering side of it. I was just so impressed.
I was too, because they had started the process working with their local government, right? And I think that was so important because that then gave them, that removed a lot of the red tape, right? So they were a little more greenlit with their project because they weren't going to be running into a barrier, because that barrier they were already working with from the beginning.
You know, there's another school who had a great project, Loudoun Valley High School in Pennsylvania, and they had to deal with some red tape too, because they were looking to produce basically a system of alerts in a trail where a lot of kids would walk to school and there wasn't any cell reception. What a scary thing to be walking alone along a trail and know that your cell phone doesn't work. You know, what if something terrible happens and you have no way to alert the authorities? So these kids decided to put their heads together and come up with a series of towers that connect node to node and ultimately route back to the police station using only radio waves because, of course, there are no cellular frequencies available there. And what a fascinating project. Also, what ingenuity to come up with a waterproof housing for their Arduino board and solar panels so they didn't have to rely on the grid. A lot of interesting questions were answered.
Yeah, and of course, again, I had the tech question, and that was, what happens if one of the nodes is removed? And so one of the interesting things that I thought was so ingenious is that they thought ahead, and that between each node was 200 feet, right? So that's a lot of room, right? And so you could potentially safeguard that, right? What you could do is you could put one every 100 feet, so if one is, let's say, down, then you'd still have a gap in between. But they had thought about it even more than that, and they started thinking about, well, if we use different tech, then we can actually go farther than 200 feet.
How could we make it more efficient?
Right off the bat.
And also it's practical because it's affordable. I mean, I'm on a college campus and you have these like safety call boxes where you press the button, but they can build hundreds of these for the price of one of those. So that's so applicable, such an easier sell, and it makes money sense too.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
We've got Ridgewood Middle School too. They were from Arland, Missouri, and they were working on these really cool seats. I guess they weren't all seats.
They were cool, and I definitely tried one out. It definitely worked.
I thought this was an interesting idea here because it's a low-tech solution to a problem that is really apparent everywhere. So they've got this school, and within their school, there are kids with special needs. Of course, a lot of students with physical disabilities, which don't allow them to use a regular desk. Or if they do use a regular desk, it's not comfortable. It doesn't quite do what it needs to do. Let's say the kid has spina bifida, or the kid has cerebral palsy, can't sit up straight, needs a little bit of extra support, or maybe they have the wiggles and they're not able to keep still within their desk. These kids thought, let's make them custom seats so that they can focus on their work and not have to worry so much about the rigidity of the desk they're in. And how can we do it without spending too much money?
Right, and that's sort of like where this team has made, that's I think why this project is so special, is because they took cardboard, right? And I asked this question, I said, is this cardboard available, is it recycled? And so then they answer the question that it's donated, right? So, you know, because I kept thinking on like a global scale, right? Like you would want, like as a manufacturing plant, like they're cranking these things out. But that's not the system of this project. The system of this project is actually to take care of the needs within the school system. They might not have the financial ability to find this equipment for these special needs students. So when you think about it like that, it's like reverse engineering this whole concept that it's being donated, the kids are then creating it, and it's a self-solving problem within the school.
And it's totally custom. Like, how cool is that? You've got this kid who has difficulty, let's say, standing, and so they have some sort of a brace to help them stand, and it was custom built just for them and painted the colors that they chose.
And I think that makes a big difference.
So cool.
Like if you're gonna have to use a device every single day, which already singles you out, like why not have that express your personality, express who you are? And I thought it was really cool because in my experience in middle school, you didn't always get to interact with other classrooms. And so this is a way, it was a mentorship opportunity for middle school students to work with younger elementary school students as well as physically impaired students from across the school district that they wouldn't otherwise form those friendships and create relationships with. And I think that's what really builds community and school pride is they have this shared goal and they're helping to reduce waste in landfills. I mean, like that's so
That's
awesome.
true. Yeah, that's an added benefit of the project for sure.
And structurally speaking, the tensile strength of it, like the stool was yay big.
Yeah.
And I weigh around 150 pounds. And I felt secure I kind of want, in a way, for my own selfish needs, like, I just want to build my own cardboard furniture now.
That's the cool thing. You can.
And I can.
You can. 13 layers. That's the trick. We learned that.
Yeah, we learned 13 layers.
All right, and then in Florida, of course, Northeast High School developed a signaling system to tell beachgoers that there were rip currents present. And that was, again, an idea that was born out of tragedy because they lost some students at their school to drowning by rip current. So scary. Something I don't think about because I'm not a big beach goer, but gosh, how many people in this country do live near a beach?
The two that were presenting, the one guy looked like a total surfer guy, right? He had like long blonde hair, like locks. Like, it was like, I kept thinking like, dude, you're perfect for this. But yeah, in Florida, I mean, it's a state that is completely surrounded by coasts, right? I mean, it's like the entire state is almost
It's an isthmus.
It's an isthmus.
Isthmus.
You never thought you were going to use that, did you? Yeah, it's not
It's
a
an
isthmus. Isthmus, that's
I don't know.
right.
I think that is a peninsula.
3/4, whatever, same thing.
Geography.
But, geography, you know. The thing about this device is that it's so simple, right? And I think that simplicity is key with all of these projects, right? Because if they're simple, then the communities can make them. The overhead's not very high, and all it is it's a backward surfboard.
It's a rudder.
And it tells you which way the current is going.
And I didn't realize that's what a rip current is.
Yeah.
So, right, the current usually goes out, but if it draws under, it's going to flip the board and give you the warning. The backside of the board is not going to face
so immediately associate with danger.
Yeah.
Don't go out there.
Yeah, which is cool because rip tides, rip currents, they change often because what actually creates them is these essentially it's like sandbars underneath. And that changes with just the natural currents of the ocean, but also weather, right? So storm comes through, it changes where the rip currents are going to be. Let's say we have a series of these buoys out here. Now you'll know where the rip currents are.
So I think their real challenge was figuring out where to place them.
Yeah.
And I was excited because they were talking about mapping software, and I'm a math nerd. So I was like, all right, geographic
cartography nerd over here. I love
They
it.
were using this mapping software to figure out where exactly should we place them, and then uploading data into those maps real time. So understanding how do the currents change and where can we place them, and those maps can be shared.
Yeah, and that kind of big data is so important for so many communities. So lastly, we were really interested to see Waterville High School in Washington, and they were building these really interesting frames that were powered by solar panels that they made themselves.
Yeah, the entire
I didn't even know you could do that. That's so cool.
Yeah.
So they made their own solar panels. They were wired into these frames that you could place on a sidewalk that was really icy and melt the ice so that you could safely walk across. This fascinates me because I was born in Texas and now I live in Los Angeles. And when I come to places with snow, I'm like, what is this white devil? What is this cold thing?
It looks like I don't know what this is.
But it's so dangerous.
Oh, it is. So I have tailbone injuries and wrist injuries. You know this, Maddie. I mean,
Michigan.
Michigan,
Grew up,
Ohio.
you always wished for that snow day, but when you didn't get one, you had to like get across that sidewalk
yeah.
to school without like falling over and breaking
it's a
something.
Whole it's a whole mess trying to get out there when you don't. The other thing too is the hidden is that there's snow or there's ice underneath the snow, so you don't know that there's ice there. Let's say you're wearing boots, all right, and they're not exactly ergonomically correct for where your balance point should be. You go ahead and step out on the snow. You think it's going to hold your weight, and then there's ice underneath, and then you slip, right? And so that's why it's such a big deal. And they said that the majority of the injuries actually happen closer to school. That makes sense because you're having kids all coming to one central place.
Yeah.
And if the local governments are taking care of the streets, who's taking care of the sidewalks?
That's the really dangerous part, isn't it? It's that you have these large thoroughfares that are either plowed or salted, but then you have these individual little side areas. How do you get safely from your front door to the main sidewalk, or how do you get safely from the main sidewalk up to the school steps?
Right.
And what a terrible tragedy to have a bunch of people in one place. Schools, nursing homes, different areas where people with different needs are actually at a really big risk for a fall.
Huge risk.
Yeah.
The other thing too is they said is they're in a farming community, right? So they didn't want to use salt, which I thought was so ingenious.
Or pesticides.
Yeah, or pesticides because this is Flint, Michigan, right? We just did this piece on Flint, Michigan. The river itself was actually so significantly polluted because of the water runoff from using salts on the streets all the time.
Yeah.
So like this simple solution using solar, it then solves another problem too, with using salts.
Yeah. That is huge because, and also salt, not only is it really dangerous for, like you said, the wildlife there, for keeping the waterways clean, it's really dangerous for our dogs.
Yeah.
Our little puppies can't walk around. Their
Right.
little feet get so damaged, and that's why you see all these dogs living in these cold weather places with boots. They don't like the boots.
They always walk like this. It's so bad. They don't like it. It's
My
horrible.
Instagram feed is full of puppies doing that.
So we just need a solar-powered walkway heater so that our dogs don't have to
So
worry.
it's actually all about the dogs.
Everywhere you
that's
go.
what it gets down to.
So guys, there are a ton more groups that are going to be presenting after the break. I'm so excited. We can do a little overview of them coming up. We've got Wewoka Middle School in Oklahoma. They are looking for solutions to help these water violations. Mission Valley ROP in California. What?
Represent.
Oh, they've got a project that surrounds electric vehicles. I myself drive an electric car, so I'm super interested and excited about
I'm
this.
so selfish. I want all cars to be electric so that I can run without ever getting pollution in my lungs.
Yeah, no, I get it.
That's like
I get
a thing.
it.
That's how I really want that.
It's like secondhand smoke, but
It
secondhand exhaust.
Exhaust.
It's everywhere. We've got PS5 from Jersey City, who, speaking of idling cars, they wanted to spring into action and improve their air quality. Horizon Middle School in Aurora, Colorado. They were really inspired by a military base and a great veteran population there for their project. South Jones in Mississippi. Is that Mississippi? MS is Mississippi.
Yep.
All
I have a lot of friends in Mississippi.
MISSISSIPPI?
That one, yep.
Did I get it?
You got it. You nailed it.
Inattentive drivers. This is another pedestrian safety project. It's interesting to see that two different projects are tackling the same problem because it's a big problem.
Yeah, it makes sense. Like ideas kind of do that, right? Ideas come around because their problems are happening at the same time, right?
Yeah. So also we saw in East Greenwich High School, there's going to be a group that is looking at clearing up the plastic waste.
Nice.
In Lincoln Middle School, again, that salt on the roads, they want to do something about that. And then lastly, East Duplin High School in North Carolina. Ooh, they're worried about invasive species in their waterways. That's a
real problem.
That is a real
Coming
problem.
from the Great Lakes states.
Yes.
Yeah.
Even Ohio deals with it. Big issue. Well,
Perch.
guys, Nick, you're a judge. Keep judging away.
That I will.
Questions.
I got this
Love
down.
the
He's so good at
judging.
judging.
I'm judging
Love the
you now.
energy. Thanks for, duking it out, talking about the projects, and I'm so
Absolutely.
excited to see what's left.
Yeah, you guys stay tuned because we have a whole other presentation, a whole other batch of presentations, the second half of our top 15 finalists coming up, and we gave you a little tease there, but we can't even get close to the amazing projects that they're going to share with us.
We'll be back in 10 minutes, and in the meantime, go to samsung.com/solve so you can vote and get involved.
Yay. Oh, no, sorry. This guy right here. Hey guys, welcome back. Or welcome to begin with, those of you who weren't down here. Did you guys, losing my mic back.
You're losing your mic.
Did you guys get a chance to see those amazing presentations this morning? Can we give a
That's
round of
something,
applause
right?
to everybody who's already presented?
I can tell you there was a lot of discussion at lunch about the caliber of talent. As business people, we sit every day and think about selling and inspiring. And what I heard this morning were just true leaders, future business leaders, change agents, and to me is just, I'm better for it. So again, I want to keep the energy up from this afternoon, but give yourself one more. Really terrific. And we're going to have an inspiring half day this afternoon.
We are.
Because we just got started.
We just got started, and
Right.
we have so many amazing projects to be able to look at for our judges to be able to ask questions about. And I guess we're going to start with the very first one. You can pronounce it better than I can.
Wewoka, Oklahoma.
Oh, is that right? Wewoka? Yeah.
Come on up.
All right, so guys,
Wewoka Middle School.
we've got Gavin Weatherly and Luke Gaines, and also their teacher, Christy Findley. And you guys are concerned about water violations and the pollution that they're causing. So we're really excited to see the
Very
solution you came up
relevant topic.
with. All right, good luck, you guys.
Good.
Before we get started, we'd like to real quickly thank Samsung, the judges, and everyone who volunteered their time to help make this possible. So thank you. Lately, we've been learning a lot about the importance of water and its role in our everyday lives. The city of Wewoka, Oklahoma has a polluted water supply that is derived from Wewoka Lake. This contaminated water supply impacts many of Wewoka's 3,400 residents. Due to this issue, we STEM students, along with the support of our community, have designed a new water filtration system.
The first day of the project, we took a tour of the Wewoka water treatment plant to meet with a chemist and an engineer with the city's field of water filtration. The students experienced real-life engineers and understood the role of engineers. The lake water entering the plant was very clear, but when water went through the current filtration system used by our city, the clear water came out dirtier than before. The filter contaminated the water. The city manager discussed the process of turnover in which lake's water inverts from top to bottom due to heating of the surface in summer and how it affects the water. Iron and manganese increases when the water rolls over.
The first activity that the students participated in was the Dirty Water Project. They actually had to create dirty water. And by this, they took a lot of the products that they have at home, like soil, H2O, motor oil, and a variety of things, vegetable rinds, and created the dirty water. And after they created the dirty water, they wrote their observations down on paper, and also using their sight and smell to record what they had seen in the change of the water. And afterwards, they separated the water into 2 containers and let it set for a couple of days. And after they let it set for a couple of days, then they also put an aerator or mixer that they had into the water and watched that for overnight.
Our second step in the water treatment process was filtering. First, we cut 2 2-liter bottles in half and placed a mesh on the cap end to use as a filter. Then we looked at different types of filter material in the home and determined which ones worked well. We tried filter materials such as coffee filters, cotton balls, soil, sand, large and small pebbles, and also activated charcoal. We used a pH scale and measured the strengths of an acid or base. When filtering each individually, the cotton balls became the clearest and activated charcoal was the dirtiest.
The third step consisted of dividing students into groups for designing a filtering system to clean up the polluted water. The students voted on which design they thought would work best. The chosen prototype utilized a combination of natural filtration and an ultraviolet light. The water went through the natural filter several times. This removed the larger particles and turbidity from the water. Then the water traveled through the ultraviolet light, which eliminated other contaminants. But after this, we noticed that our water still looked dirty. So we reflected back to our original dirty water project and realized that the clearest water was filtered using cotton balls. We also noticed that in order to purify our water, we needed to wash our sand and charcoal more thoroughly. After applying these concepts to our design, we relayered the filter, adding mesh and cotton on bottom. Questions, I guess?
Good presentation. You know, unfortunately, this topic's in the news a lot lately, and water purity has become a concern and an opportunity. As you guys reflected on your project and as you're working through this, did you think beyond your community about the broader implications of this and the importance of the work?
Yeah. Flint actually had a lot to do with us starting this project, not only the bad water in our community.
Interesting. All right, judges, do we have any questions for the team? All right, James?
So the water that you used to send through your filter, was this water you created, or is this the water that's coming from the lake itself?
We brought it from the lake because that's the same water that the city filters. And interestingly enough, we tested both the city water and the lake water and discovered that the lake water was actually cleaner than the water purified by the city.
Oh. And so what do you think is responsible for that?
It could be, we have like a very old system. The pipes are like 95 years old. And their means of filtering the water, they add a lot of chlorine and other dangerous chemicals to it. And they're taking the natural water and they're adding a lot of cancer-causing chemicals that also have chemical reactions with things in the lake, turning the water brown.
Interesting. Nick, you had a question?
I did, Cara, thank you. So my question is, you guys are creating these filters. Are they for like filtering your water once it comes out of the tap, or is this for the actual water treatment facility? Where are your filters implemented?
Well, we don't have our prototype with us, but it's actually a proposal for the city of Wewoka to actually use on a larger scale. And I believe if they were to put it on a larger scale, a city scale, that the water would be perfectly clean.
Catherine.
Given what you learned about the quality of the water after it went through the city system, would you rethink your next phase of your project? Would you stick with filtration, or would you look at more of a systems approach, do you think?
Well, I would like to propose to the city of Wewoka that they, modernize their infrastructure so the pipes and stuff will be cleaner, because the filter can only do so much. But I think right now we're leaving it just the filtration system.
Has the city of Wewoka responded? Are they aware of your project? I think the local politicians and city planners would be very interested in any ideas to help.
Yeah, the city planner and the city council actually helped us a lot, and we proposed it at a city council meeting. I wasn't there for that, but they could tell you about it.
The students actually had one of the members from the Seminole community, it's a neighboring town, that they have a STEM museum and a hands-on for students and things, and they wrote the students a letter appreciating what they've done and supporting them in this activity that they've been participating in.
That's wonderful.
Have you looked at the cost of the system and how that would compare to the cost of the current system?
Yes, they would have to obviously buy an ultraviolet lights, several big ones, and they'd have to replace those every couple years. But that's no more expensive than, adding pounds of chlorine to it every month.
So you've been able to compare some of those expenses side by side?
Yes, we have researched that, and we've researched it with distillation and reverse osmosis as well.
Shane, you had a question.
Well, first a comment. I could give you a spreadsheet. You guys could just put your numbers in, and you'd be better than most engineering firms who are giving a bid. So of this process, so there's a mechanical process, there's a chemical process, a biological process. Which part of the wastewater treatment process was the most interesting to you? So there are so many different sciences involved. So there's like a mechanical process, there's a biological process, there's a chemical process. Did you guys see a lot of those, and was it a certain aspect of one of those that was the most interesting?
Yeah, we toured the city water plant, and we learned a lot from their engineers and the city planner and stuff like that on how water filtration works. And I was actually particularly interested in the natural filter because I did not know that you could clean water with rocks and sand and charcoal. Never crossed my mind. I didn't know anything about it until we started learning.
James.
Thank you.
We're not quite done. We got a couple more questions. So James.
I thought that was for me. So you filtered the water, and then what did you do with it? I mean, did you try it? You're like going, hey, this tastes like, or did you just dump it out? I mean, what'd you do with the water that you filtered?
Well, as soon as we filtered it, we tested it for several things: hardness, iron, coliform, alkalinity, copper, stuff like that. I don't think any of us actually drank the water because it was, in order for the natural filter to work, it has to be much bigger than 2 5-gallon containers that we used.
What did it smell like? Did it smell like water?
Yeah. I didn't smell it very much. But.
Judges, do we have any more questions? All right.
Well, let's give it up for Wewoka Middle School.
Great job, you guys.
Thank you, Luke and Davin.
Great job. All right, so they're going to be breaking down their prototypes and bringing in the prototype from the next school. But I have to reiterate how timely this project really is. I know everybody has been following Flint in the news lately. It's such a difficult issue, but I think we've maybe all faced this at some point, living in a city where the water either wasn't safe, or if it was safe, kind of had a funky smell or a funky taste. I know the city I grew up in there's a lot of algae in the water.
Well, what inspires me is there's a lot of consultants, engineers, and people thinking about it now. And some brilliant thinking and brilliant students are kind of tackling it right on. So maybe Flint and others could benefit from a sit down with them.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, who do we have next? Fremont, California.
Fremont, what?
Where?
All right.
Okay, right up front. We have Mission Valley ROP.
So this is Ebba Mohammed is the teacher, and joined up here the two students, Shanil Narayan and Jasheen Tongo. Thank you guys so much. You guys, after my own heart. You know, I drive electric. I'm going to keep saying that up here because I'm very excited to tell everybody about the electric car movement. And you guys have a project that might make my life easier, right? I'm especially interested. All right, let's give them a round of applause. I'm just going to take the mic. There you go. It should be on for you. Yeah.
How's everyone doing? I hope you guys are doing good. Feeling it right now. So, my name, once again, is Shanil Narayan.
Hello, I'm Jasheen Tonko. We are from California, representing Mission Valley ROP, James Logan High School.
We're very proud and honored to be here.
And we want to thank Samsung and all the wonderful competitors for this wonderful opportunity to solve for tomorrow.
So I want to go ahead and jump into the problem. So especially in our community, but as well as across the globe today, many consumers are switching over to the electric vehicle. Electric vehicles do not directly leave a carbon footprint in the environment and the atmosphere. However, in California, the way electricity is generated is mostly through natural gas. That's where the real problem actually does start. So there's several processes to get natural gas and make it into electricity. One of the processes is extracting fossil fuels from the ground. This process actually does release methane into the atmosphere. One of the other processes is burning the fossil fuels and the natural gas to make it into electricity. That actually has carbon emissions and other harmful byproducts. So though this is probably a safer solution than, I would say, coal or petroleum, and definitely gasoline, there was still some downfalls to it. So we have a solution to it. And additionally, natural gas is also a non-sustainable and a non-renewable energy source.
With the help of our teacher, our solution was to build an EV charging station that would provide energy from a renewable and sustainable source.
So we chose the sun, and that's what charges our solar charging station.
Our charging station would not be grid tied and it would harvest, distribute, and convert its own electrical energy to an EV. We first learned the fundamentals of photovoltaics through lectures and videos, as well as the solar power systems held in homes and some in space, and the components used to harvest, distribute, and convert its own electrical energy through the solar power system. Also, the components used, how they're used together, and the specific use of each component in various system designs. Now, for the design process, each student designed an idea of a solar charging station using a 3D software. Then they were required to present it in front of their classes. Unfortunately, our computers were not powerful enough to run a CAD software, so our teacher took the best of all of our designs and created the final product using a CAD software.
So after the design, the next process was the actual construction. This was fun, believe me, it was fun, but it had its challenges. So one of the challenges we came across first was time management. When our teacher came to us with this proposal, we actually had 3 to 4 months to do it, and then we did a little bit of research, found the Samsung competition, and said, let's try this out. So we found out the timeline, 3 to 4 months got reduced to 3 to 4 weeks. So we were on a very tight timeline, but as we're here today, you found out we managed to make it happen. So that's one challenge we overcame. The second I want to say is safety. Safety was a huge problem for us. When working on a project of this size, we used a lot of power tools and equipment that, if not known how to be handled properly, could have potentially led to a very dangerous situation. Thankfully, there was nothing but, I would say, 1 or 2 cuts and scrapes, no big injuries. So that's due to our teacher, because he went over safety precautions before we started the actual project. We had to make sure every student knew how to handle and use each piece of equipment because we didn't want any serious injuries. One of the last challenges we actually had was the compromisation of the array for the solar charging station. For maximum efficiency, we probably would have used a 35-degree angle for the solar array, but our workspace wouldn't have let that fit, so we had to compromise, and we decided to go with 15 degrees. It fit our workstation, and it still gets solar energy.
Now, for the testing, this was actually very exciting for us to see if it would work.
So our advanced auto tech class is currently working on an advanced electric vehicle, but it wasn't ready on time for the actual testing.
Therefore, we asked one of our teachers if we could use their electric vehicle.
So here's the funny part. I want to say we asked probably 10, 11 teachers if we could test on their vehicle. One of them allowed us to test. I didn't ask them why they didn't want it to happen. I'm a student, and I know how teachers think. I would say they were probably scared their car might blow up or something. So.
Now, for experiences, I did have a lot of fun because I was entering an automotive program in class. At first, I was just thinking that we were going to learn specifically on cars. Then we were learning about electrical components and solar. And just working with amazing people such as my teacher and Chanel has inspired me to keep helping our community to become a better place.
Yeah, definitely. For me, this experience was truly amazing. I learned a lot about the different environmental issues the nation has today. Renewable energy is one of those issues that we should focus on more. I really enjoyed this, and it also taught me we had a young group of teens with a very tight timeline. It doesn't matter about the amount of intellect they have, how good they are with their hands. It really showed me that if you get this group of teens and they're motivated and they have the heart to do anything you're giving them to, they can complete any task that's at hand. So once again, I want to thank Samsung for hosting this competition. It really does mean a lot to us. I want to thank my teacher, my school, my classmates, and Jasheen. I want to thank the various sponsors.
And again, all the competitors within this competition. And we are very proud of what we have accomplished and done. And we don't believe that we will only solve for tomorrow, but the day after. Thank you.
Thank you. Isn't it amazing? We talk about clean energy and we're talking about smart car revolution, electric cars, but this point about fossil fuels and natural gas and some of the traditional things that were supposed to displace the cars are still the source of energy. So that's a bit of a paradox for the industry. I think you guys have tipped into something. Talk to us a bit about just as you were planning on that and your discovery.
Yeah, definitely. So it is a big advancement to have solar charging stations as we have in the nation. However, like I mentioned, like he mentioned right now, it's not completely safe and completely good for the economy yet, because the electricity is actually generated, most of it is from natural gas. There's few other sources, hydro, wind, there's coal, petroleum, other sources of electric energy as well, but none of them were really as clean because of the sources they got their electricity from. So how we did it is completely independent. It is not grid tied, so that means every single cell of electricity that flows from the charging station to your vehicle, that's all solar. There's no backup electricity. So that's one major improvement we had.
And I'm interested to know, how would it work from a functional standpoint? I drive my car up underneath, and is there just a standard connector like I already have on my car?
Yeah, so we made this simple. It's pretty much for everyday use. So actually, once you have the charging station actually on, it's as simple as the side EVSE. You plug it in, and it starts charging.
So I still get my 240 volts?
You get it all. Get it all.
Great. All right, judges? Yeah.
Did it work?
It did. It
okay,
did.
like I didn't want to miss that part of it. I was like waiting. I was like on the edge of my seat, literally on the edge. So
Sorry,
it does work.
Yes, it does.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
I have to ask a follow-on to that. Are the other 11 teachers using it now?
I would say they will. They've seen it work. I hope they're not scared anymore. They'll probably use it. And, that's a good point. In California, because we're one of the nation's top leaders in electric vehicles, for the Fremont and Union City area, we really didn't have a nearby charging station. So this really did impact our community. Now, teachers, students, whoever has an electric vehicle, they can just come in and charge.
Nice.
I don't think this was asked. Did the first car you try it on, does that still work?
Yes,
No,
it still does work.
just so everyone knows, that is not the charge. I can't
No,
build
this is
that.
not the charging
I can't build
station.
that in 3 weeks.
It's too tall to
There's
bring
a picture.
here.
It's massive. It's like an entire building. They built it in 3 weeks. It's very impressive.
So where did you get the solar panels, all the parts, and do we have a cost analysis of like how much it would cost to build this thing? Like if you said, here's the plans, this is what it would cost you to build this, assuming I could find teenagers to do that for me because I'm not good at doing it.
Free labor.
Yeah, that's a very good question. So basically, there's a big backstory behind this project, and we don't have enough time to go over it. But majority of the stuff, for example, the solar panels, we have a construction and geometry program, and they had solar panels already, so they were able to let us borrow those. However, the batteries, the EVSE, and some switches were donated to us from some companies. It was a real struggle, and it was very challenging to deal with, donations and sponsors, and I think some of the teachers can attest to that. It's not a simple thing. We have also an electric car project at the same time that's been going on. So I didn't get the kids too involved with that because I needed them to focus on the project and not on the economics of where stuff was coming from. And so that's why I thought it was better for me to explain it for you guys. But yeah, if there is only about one company right now that does have a solar charging station that we know of, theirs goes for about $45,000. However, from what I know, we actually have the largest capacity solar charging station ever built. And so that was pretty cool to find out. And so it's the, battery storage is the way of the future. And so, if the car is not there, you have to have a way to be able to, not just harness it, but also to store it.
So do you think that if I hired a good contractor and followed your plans, that I would be able to build something like this in my own home?
Yeah, of course. I think it will be different depending. So I think if you're at your home, you're going to want to utilize your house structure. So you would probably put the solar panels on your roof. But this would be something that would be good for outside in a parking lot or a workspace or a gas station and or an off-grid location. And so different parts of the country have different philosophies of what they would do. But being off-grid is probably the way of the future and just be able to store the energy.
Very smart.
Very timely.
Adding to that, it also depends on where you are living because the solar array has to have an amount of degrees so that it has its maximum efficiency.
Gotcha. James?
My car runs on old dinosaurs. And my question is, how long does it take to charge a car?
Well, our charging station is a level 1, so that means it charges about 10 to 18 hours.
And it depends on your car.
How
Definitely.
long does your car take?
My car on level 1 takes about 20, and on level 2 takes about 7. Yeah.
Nice.
Anybody else here? Oh, and on DC it takes 20 minutes. What? But that is way too dangerous, you guys, way too dangerous. All right, any other questions from the judges? Well, congratulations, you guys. What
Mission
a great
Valley
project.
RLT. Thank you so much.
Wow.
Right, so our next team comes from Jersey City, New Jersey.
Ooh.
Come on
Looks
down.
like they have some support here. PS5.
And
Come on down.
It looks like there's some maybe some learnings between the two teams here. The construction and idling cars have caused this school to spring into action.
Oh, you're right. This is another car situation.
That's
and so
right.
just to let you guys know, I'm sure they'll reintroduce themselves. This team is led by a teacher named Albert Padilla, and we've got Leilani Maldonado and Nancy Doe. All right,
All
good
right,
luck, you guys.
got some fans here. Good luck.
I just want to say thank you to Samsung for hosting this event. It's really inspired my team and even my school, and a lot more people are getting into STEM, which is really a positive thing to see because I'm so into STEM. So I would like to say good afternoon to everybody. My name is Leilani Maldonado.
My name is Nancy Doe.
And we are representatives of the air fresheners from Jersey City Public School 5. So today I ask you guys to all close your eyes and picture this. Picture in your community. You probably see cars, you probably see construction. Now open your eyes. You probably didn't think about the cars that are idling, and you probably didn't think about the particulates that are going into the air as construction is being done. We, the air fresheners, are trying to purify the air one air filter at a time.
To help out our environment, we had to look at nature itself. We went outside and looked at a specimen known as lichens. These species actually help determine your air quality, and in this case, since we had leafy lichens, we had moderate air. And we wanted to change that because sometimes moderate can be the new average. So basically, our action plan was create homemade HEPA filters. And most of you guys may think that this was an easy process, but in reality, this took a lot of work and effort. After doing tons of research and going through different prototypes, we found out that the best materials were galvanized metal and activated carbon. Activated carbon attracts different carbon particulates, and we even magnetize a galvanized metal, which helps it absorb all the particulates.
To know whether or not these materials would work best, because we did make several prototypes, and this is our final and our latest one. The way that we found out if these materials worked was by two meters that we had. One was the antheliometer, and the second one was the Dialose particulates meter, and this helped us determine whether or not these materials were best. And when we put this one together, we were able to determine that this filter was decreasing the amount of particulates coming through.
After sharing our project with our school community, we decided to take it a step further. We went outside and hosted a no idling campaign. As parents walked by, we handed out brochures, and we only try to communicate with them and talk it out because in Jersey City, we understand that we have really rough weather, and it's mostly construction, so we try to really solve that and try to interact with them. In the end, we really inspired them to make a change in the world, and they came to us and asked us how they can help with our project.
We also spoke to local politicians, including board members, and we came up with a plan that was our drop-off and pick-up plan, which would help reduce the amount of idling around their school because parents are forced to idle because we're in a very congested area in Jersey City, so there's no parking. We don't have a parking lot in our school, so parents, we understand that they're forced to idle, so we're trying to work with them and find a way that they can drop off and pick up their children without idling. So that was one of our plans that we proposed to our board members. And we also use social media to share our project. We use Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and our email, and we reached out to a lot of parents, and a lot of them were interested in helping us.
After we've been gaining all this recognition, news reporters started coming to our school to interview us. They were really impressed with our project, and we were so thankful to be able to talk to them and spread our news. So basically, after that, we were featured on several TV channels, including NJTV News, and a bunch of other channels. We realized that we could really make a change, and even though we're just 5 girls, we did a lot to the community, and that's all we're trying to do. Now, if you think about it, after we've influenced many minds of others, you can do the same. Take a look outside your community and find something you can do. You can always do something one step at a time, because in the end, Earth will be really thankful for that. Thank you.
That was a terrific close. There might be an opportunity in our sales department.
I know, right?
Both of these young ladies. The feedback from the community, the fact that you took your solution, but you went out and challenged the problem and tried to create advocacy for change, that must have been quite rewarding to feel that kind of response back from the community. Talk a little bit about that.
Well, it was really amazing to see how many people were open to the idea and how many people were willing to help us. We had many PTA members talk to us and ask how they can help. They were constantly coming to us, asking us, how can we help you guys? What can we do to get this project out? And so that was really some good feedback from our school, as well as the community and all. We had a lot of local newspapers contact us, as well as we had like news reporters come and contact us. So it was like really good to see how the community was reacting to our project.
And I gotta know, I think I missed this. Is this just like a really dirty filter? What's going on here?
Hold
No,
that
this one's
up.
clean.
Let's hold that up and have a look
Yeah,
at that.
this one's clean, right? I'm just seeing the mesh from it.
Okay, so this is made out of a regular window screen. This also has cotton balls in it. This is galvanized metal. Sorry, I can't pronounce that. And basically, we used a magnetizer, and we magnetized all these strips. So we found out the particulates, there's magnetic particulates that can be attracted to that, so that's why we did incorporate that. And we wanted to make this, oh, and I forgot to mention that there's activated carbon in here, as you can see stitching, which we try to hold them in place, and they're laid out all inside of there, but you might not see it. And basically these are used in fish tanks, and we wanted to use them in there because we've seen with research that this would work and would help purify the air.
Very cool.
Great.
Very cool.
Judges, what do you think? Ted?
How long will one of those filters last?
This was our latest filter, so we just recently finished it because we had many different filters that helped us lead up to this. So we don't know exactly how long it will last, but we are looking to make it last longer than a HEPA filter, which is what this is modeled off of, because HEPA filters are very expensive and you have to change them often. So we're trying to find one that you can make at home and people can use these procedures at home to make them, and that they will last longer.
How long did this take you to do?
Are you asking us
Just in general,
the filter?
how much
or-
time did you have on the project?
Oh, from the beginning.
From the beginning,
Yeah.
we started in the beginning of the year. The way that we even started this project was our teacher proposed for us to work in groups, and there's 5 members in this project, and basically we broke up into groups and we chose what we seen in our community, what was a problem that was affecting our community in particular, but it's also something that's happening nationwide. So we see in Jersey City there's always construction going on because we are a rapidly moving city. There's always cars moving in and out, a lot of construction, because we are one of the largest cities in New Jersey.
So in a few months, you went through like the permitting process, the PR process, then you built a filter that has 3 different technologies in it, and you've implemented it. That's unbelievable.
Can I ask, what grade are you guys in?
We're in 8th grade.
8th grade. Wow.
Advanced
You mentioned that you had a no idling campaign that you presented, and it sounds like you've done it more than once. So what do you do at a no idling campaign?
The No Idling campaign was hosted at our school, and basically we went out with posters. I wish I had pictures to show you, but we went out with posters. We went out with brochures about our project, and basically it was to explain the importance of why there shouldn't be idling, because though parents and people who do drive cars do know that idling isn't a good thing, they don't really think about it and take into consideration how bad it's affecting us. So we just went out and we talked to parents, we would stop them, and sometimes they probably were annoyed, but we just really wanted to get our point across.
And we chose to do this in the morning because that's when all the idling mostly happens. As buses come and parents are trying to get in, it's a lot of traffic and congestion. So basically, as she said before, we were handing out brochures, and we even gave them a little talk because we wanted to make sure that they were motivated to help us out with this project and that they were willing to take the chance to make a change.
Nick's got a question?
This isn't actually a question. I just think this is great because
Thank you.
I go running a lot and I try to find streets that don't have cars on them, right? Because it bugs me so much because I can actually feel the difference when I go running because of the car exhaust. And so I totally feel you. I think this is great.
Thank you.
All right,
Fine
judges, any more? No? Well,
All right,
thank you guys
Jersey
so
City.
much.
Impressive. Thank you so much,
Thank
Karen.
you.
Thank you.
Congrats. Great job, you guys.
Well, Kara, the energy's up. The
I
competitive
know.
spirit is certainly in the air this afternoon.
That's definitely true.
Our next guests are all the way from Aurora, Colorado.
Oh, wow. You're right. My
Aurora,
note cards were stuck together.
Your note cards are, come on down.
Colorado, where the
Horizon
air is
Middle
clear.
School, that's right.
Except where the cars are idling.
That's right.
So yeah, we've got Horizon Middle School who's coming down. And Horizon is really close to a military base, and they have a really large veteran community, and that was a big driving force behind their project. So you guys, please welcome Mel Posel and Nicole Bell, the teachers from the group, and Simon Frimpong and Grayson Fast.
Thank you. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
My name is Simon.
And my name's Grayson, and we're 8th graders at Horizon Middle School in Aurora, Colorado.
Did you guys know that there are 21 million veterans in the United States? 2 million of them are amputees, and approximately 6,600 of them are in the Denver metro area, so we're just trying to help.
We wanted to give back to the community, so we found Kyle Kelly, a local retired Marine machine gunner from the Gulf War. Kyle lost his leg due to a blood clot due to uranium poisoning. Kyle's problem is that his prosthetic causes irritable cuts, bruises, and sores on the back of his residual limb.
So our mission was to build Kyle a prosthetic that met his requirements.
His requirements include safety, comfort, function, and sustainability.
So once we interviewed Kyle multiple times, we started to research. So our groups got together and we researched different bones, muscles, tendons, and ligaments that make up the human limb.
Muscles move your skeletal system to put your body in motion. Tendons attach your important muscles to bone, and ligaments attach important bones to other bones to create joints. We had to focus especially on the Achilles tendon when we worked on this because it helps walk and it helps control your ankle control, and Kyle no longer has this.
So after we researched the different body parts, we started researching different prosthetics and what a prosthetic was. And we figured out the 3 main components for a prosthetic leg below the knee is a socket, pylon, and the foot, which we have here. A socket, foot, and the socket, pylon, foot.
Okay, so this is an example of a socket. They're normally cup-shaped like this. A lot of them have a hole in the bottom for a pin to go into, but ours didn't have that because that was uncomfortable at first. And then this is our pylon. And pylons are just extruded pieces that connect the foot to the socket, and they create kind of like a calf like yours, but in a prosthetic form. And then this is one of our feet. This is just used just for walking and balance.
All right, so the reason why we did this, because we, like you said before, we live near a military base, and we get a lot of active members in the school. We have a counselor that was in the military. We get a lot of family, parents that are veterans, and we want to help the community because veterans aren't respected as they should be, especially like here. People recognize them. People just think they're here just to be here, but really they served and they helped the country. A lot of people don't know that, so we're just trying to help.
I'd just like to add that both of my parents they both served in the military. Both of them were in the Navy, and now my older brother is now serving. This hits really close to home. I just want to help some of the fellow people who fight for our freedom and everything and get us where we are today. Our final prosthetic uses a suction suspension, so there's no pins, straps, or uncomfortable hooks or anything. Our final, the entire final is held together with a series of pins. So our socket is held onto our pylon with a pin. Our pylon is held onto our foot. We did this so that if at any time he needs maintenance or cleaning on any of the pieces, he doesn't have to take the entire prosthetic back. All he has to do is pull a pin, and then he can take the piece off to go get it replaced. Because a lot of the times, prosthetics are one whole piece, so if anybody needs something done to it, they lose their entire prosthetic for however many months it takes.
So originally our foot didn't have a joint, and we had a lot of local engineers come to the school and talk to us about it, and we learned about orthodynamics, which is balance and motion. And we learned that without your toes, it's really hard to walk. You'll walk like with a limp. You'll walk with your foot more straight. Your toes give you that bending. That's why you can go upstairs easier and stuff like that. So our original piece, it was just a flat piece that was curved on the bottom and didn't have any joint for the toes. Our second, we tried to make some form of joint, but it wasn't able to bend. And then our final, we added a cut that allows it to bend. Also, another problem for Kyle was that in Colorado, it's known for snowing, like for its unusual weather. So we get like random weather. So he doesn't really know when it will like snow or something. So when it does, his prosthetic isn't good to go on the snow. So he'll slip and fall sometimes. So another problem was his socket would fall off while he was walking. So while he was walking, one time he told us he was walking, all of a sudden he just fell on his face because his socket fell off. Because the socket he has isn't very efficient.
Okay, and another big part of this project is that we wanted to be able to let amputees either put their prosthetic on a longboard or a snowboard comfortably. Since we live in Colorado, a lot of people are snowboarding, skiing, and they're skateboarding and longboarding. So this piece right here, the foot just slides in like this, and it allows quick release if he needs to jump off. If he does, he just pulls back. Rather than one of our first designs where it's attached to a pin, since the foot is removable, originally one of the groups made a piece where this would just sit in it like it did the foot and a pin would go through it. But after we went over it and we talked about it, it wouldn't be safe for him if he needed to jump off because he would be stuck.
One of our original attachments was this piece right here. It's a little worn down, we've used it. So really, originally what he would do, there was a spring underneath it, and when he would press down, it would compress and lock his foot in. And if he needed to, he could just jump off and it would release. But we found that very inefficient because the way it was going to attach onto the board wasn't good, so then we changed to this design.
I would just like to thank Samsung and our teachers and our school and Overland for letting us use their 3D printers when ours weren't big enough. We're just really thankful to be here, and we're thankful to have Kyle to help, so thank you.
Absolutely incredible.
Great job, you guys.
Yeah. Thank your family and your community for serving and for our veterans here.
Definitely.
Very heartfelt. Thank you.
I have to say one thing that stuck out to me. As somebody who worked for several years as a professor actually here locally at Queens College, I taught anatomy and physiology and animal physiology. And it's so cool to see 8th graders with a grasp of anatomy, the way that you guys have it, and understanding the physiology, the functionality of the leg, and what kind of analog pieces are necessary for a prosthetic. I'm just blown away by your grasp of biology in that. I have to say, personally, I'm impressed by that. I would love to see what kinds of questions the judges have.
It's not just the grasp, it's like being able to explain it to someone like me.
Right, the mastery, I should say.
Are you available to do presentations for me? Is that possible? Unbelievable. Really cool.
Catherine?
I'd like to know if Kyle's been able to walk on any of this stuff. Like, how far has your testing gone in terms of your human-centered design?
This is as far as we've gotten so far. We still have to wait to be able to print our final pylon, because right now it's printed out of our 3D printer plastic, which is not strong enough at all, because today it broke like 20 minutes before the presentation. So we need to print it out of aluminum also to withstand his weight, because if we put any weight on that, it wouldn't stand to it. This is a little bit closer to what our final is going to be. This is made out of a carbon blend, so it's a lot stronger than the plastic that we normally use.
Have you been able to test this portion on him? And has he been able to tell you whether or not it's comfortable?
We haven't actually have him tested it yet because we just recently designed this, so we're gonna have him come in sooner. Yeah, so.
Nice.
Kyle's actually going to be coming in to have his bottom of his residual limb. We're going to take a mold of it and make it into rubber so we can put it inside the pylon so we can show the stress points that are currently rubbing on his residual limb to take care of that little problem for him. Also, the final piece is going to actually be made in carbon fiber, and his actual pylon is going to be made in a 3-inch by 3-inch aluminum piece that they're going to cut with a CNC laser router. And the final foot, which is going to be this design right here, is actually, we're deciding, depending upon what Kyle says, when he talks about it, there's a weight differential issue that we currently are trying to take care of, and one of the problems is that if we use carbon fiber, it's super, super strong, but it doesn't take the fatigue test past 60 hours. So we want something that's going to be longer than 60 hours for him, which then would make it aluminum or titanium. And unless we can find a really good backer, those are two hard things for us to come by.
It's amazing the complexity of this problem that you're looking to solve. Very impressed with that. During your presentation, you talked about a number of innovative approaches that you've taken to it. If you had to pick one or two things that you thought were really the most innovative changes that you made to the prosthetic, what would those be?
I would have to say the foot, because our original foot was like super crazy. It looks nothing like this now. We've had at least like almost 20 like different individual foot designs and like multiple ones. Just for me and the other groups, it's like countless. So it's
And then another thing that was really innovative is the pin system that we have set up to take parts of the pieces apart, because most of the prosthetics that you see today are an entire piece. And then we also work on having an ankle piece so that he can have a little bit more control rather than just having a flat foot.
I have a question. Given that your community is so enriched with veterans and the service to the country, you talk about Kyle, but what kind of feedback are you getting from the community, the support organizations?
We actually got a few sponsors, actually from the 3D to CAD program that we use, SolidWorks. It's a really good program. We got a sponsor by them, so that's one community thing. Also, we got calls from different hospitals, like different military hospitals, about different sockets and prosthetics we can maybe design for them and send it over to them to help the people that need help.
And on top of that, we've had 2 news stations come in and interview us and talk to us about it, and we also had a 3rd news station write an article about us online.
Nice. More questions?
So you learned a lot about the human body and the stresses and the muscles and the tendons, and then you learned a lot about design and the 3D printing. And so what was your favorite part of this? I mean, what was the favorite aspect of this that said, wow, this is what I dig?
It's a tough one.
I would have to say collaborating with my friends and coming up with different ideas, because we had a lot of good ideas. I mean, if you were there, like, you would see it was like sometimes it would get super heated. Yeah, but it was fun. Just thinking of ideas to help people instead of, we could be doing other stuff, right? Wasting our time watching TV, but we decided to help a local veteran.
Great.
Nick
has a question.
So my dad is also a vet, so I can totally relate. Question, do you guys have any prototypes for rollerblades? Because not everybody wants to, skateboard. I'm biased because I was a rollerblader.
Yeah, we haven't really thought about that. Yeah.
Just throwing that out there. Throwing that one in the pool.
And Laura?
Yes, I was curious, how long did it take to print those pieces that we're seeing on the stage?
So 3D printing, it takes a different amount of time based off of the different pieces. So like a smaller piece, like this little blue one, like that it'll maybe take like an hour. But a bigger piece like this takes like a few days. This one took, how long does this one took? Yeah, so we got both of these printed, and these were both 2 days because they got printed on the same platform.
Yeah, it depends on the size and the shape is the time really. So if it's a super complex shape, it's gonna take a lot more time. But if it's something simple, something small, it's either within an hour, depending on the size. So.
Very cool.
Did you research what companies are out there that might be doing this now, or?
We did research companies, but I can't remember the names of the companies off the top of my head, but we had to research what kind of prosthetics are out there and what kind of, we also learned about the socks that they use as liners inside of their prosthetics. So we had to research about that. We had to learn what type of materials. We had to research how we could possibly make it more comfortable, how they haven't done it before, so.
Yeah, also like with most company prosthetics, most of them are molded. They're just like shaped to just a different size. For us, we want to make ours molded. That way it's super comfortable so he won't feel any pain like he does already. So yeah, that's one huge difference from other companies. They just make theirs mostly straight, especially in the VA. His is just like a straight, like looks like a cup, like a really long cup basically. Yeah. Yeah, so we made ours more curved, more vase shaped to fit his like calf area.
Well, listen, let's give a big hand for Horizon Middle School. I think we could go all afternoon, but thank you for that.
Great
well
job.
done, guys.
Thank you. Congrats.
Just such impressive stuff. Hi, Bill.
All right, so coming up next, we have, let me just make sure I didn't stick these two together. I did. Coming up next, we have South Jones from Ellisville, Mississippi. So why don't you guys come on down while you're setting up your prototype. You guys are interested in inattentive drivers who aren't really paying attention when the school bus is emptying out on the road. So let's give a big round of applause to Melody Hicks, who's the teacher there, and Marlee Robinson and Madison Mitchell.
Hi, my name is Marley. And I'm Madison, and we're in the 6th grade at South Jones Elementary. Together with our other teammates, we created TAD, a traffic alert device. TAD is basically an alert system of 2 parts, a radar and a siren. The radar sends back signals to detect when a car is coming towards the bus. When it finds a car, it triggers the siren, which sends out a loud up and down tone. It's loud enough that the bus driver, the student, and even the car will hear it. Our first step in the STEM process was to define our problem. Our teacher asked us this question: how can we make students safer as they enter and exit off a school bus? Our team focused on one problem: cars passing bus illegally. We decided on this problem because a boy in our district, Nathan Key, was unloading off his school bus when he was struck by a car and killed. This prompted Nathan's Law, which passed in Mississippi in 2011. It made harsher penalties for cars that illegally passed around school buses. This was a reactive measure, but we wanted to be proactive. Next, we had to brainstorm all the possible solutions. We wrote down all the ideas that we thought could help this problem. We decided on the radar and the siren. This would warn children about the potential danger of cars illegally passing the school bus. We then planned out our idea. We interviewed bus drivers at our school about the problems they face daily and examined school buses and how they worked. We drew and labeled our idea and made measurements of a school bus. We calculated that a car 300 feet behind a school bus going 40 miles per hour or higher can injure or hit a child in 5.4 seconds. We realized that our device needed to work quickly. In step 4 of the STEM process, we had to create a 3D model. We had to use supplies that we had on hand. We also met with our engineering team, and we asked them many questions, and we decided some changes were in order. Before we finalized our idea, we had to make some improvements on the device. We met up with our group of engineers and talked about how the stop arm wasn't the best place for our device, so we moved it to the back of the bus. The engineers explained how the voltage and relay switch would activate when the stop arm came out. We tested the sound of our siren and placed the devices on the bus. The final step was to try it out. We took the bus on a trial run, and it worked. We plan to keep this device attached to the back of the bus and ride through the routes and record all the potential problems that it faces. We also plan to meet with our engineering team and create a patent for TAD. We think that TAD, Traffic Alert Device, has enough potential to save lives in Mississippi and all across the country.
I would like to ask if we could demonstrate it.
Ian, hold it.
Let me know if you need this again. All right. You want it? Yeah, sure. There you go.
Okay, our device, this right here is sort of based on a bus. Because like we said, it only activates when the stop arm comes out. So we have an on and off switch and a stop arm in and stop arm out. Okay.
Yeah, the radar's going to be in front of the bus. No, yeah, the siren's going to be in front of the bus, and the radar's going to be in the back of the bus to detect when a car is coming.
It's set at 5 miles per hour at 5 feet, so sometimes it wants to work, sometimes it doesn't. You need metal. I forgot metal. Run past it. It's looking for metal. It's okay. We got it to work several areas. So it makes that kind of noise, and it's kind of turned down.
It would be...
Turned down right now. So, and like I said, it's set for 5 miles per hour. It can be set up to any speed and distance.
Yeah, it would be louder on the back of the bus.
We're ready for questions. That's it.
Great project. Okay. So why don't we open that up to the judges? I know you guys have some questions for them. Yeah, James.
James?
So the alarm goes off if a car approaches, and if the car stops, can the bus driver shut it off, or is it just going to keep going and everyone stands there and goes?
Okay, so that was one of our problems that we had. But like we said, it only activates when the stop arm is out. But we haven't really tested any of those problems yet, but we plan to.
Great.
How are school boards and how is the education administration reacting to this? Obviously an important issue.
Yeah, we interviewed bus drivers at our school district, and they said that this is a great idea, and they think that they really need this because they have to focus on the road and see if a car is coming for the child to get off. And if in the background there's so much noise that the bus driver can't really focus on when the car is coming or not, so he doesn't really have much time to check.
So this is a terrific idea. A couple of questions. How is it going to work in the rain? How is things like mud or leaves or stuff like that going to impact it?
I don't know if they know the answer to that, but it is weatherproof. It's the same type of device that's on the police scanners on the side of the road that says your speed limit is, and they're trying to get you to slow down. It's that same type of radar. And it's weatherproof. We originally had a big, huge one that we'd have to build a case for, and the engineers helped us find a smaller one. That's pretty inexpensive. The speaker and the radar for about $800, and wiring that can hook to the main board. So.
That's great.
Shane.
What business school class did you take to figure out to outsource your engineering, which is brilliant. but there's also a lot of STEM involved in being able to understand how you pick your engineer and what people you need to find to do that. So how did you go about doing that?
Well, we actually created all this in our gifted class with our gifted teacher. And we all went in groups and we done different things to help make it and brainstorm and
Where we got the engineers to help us.
I was just very impressed that they use STEM to find and then outsource the engineers.
Yes, we have a big company in our hometown, Howard Industries, and they make ballasts, and they have lots of engineers on hand, and they sent them to us and took their time and to help us.
Nice work, girls.
And I'd love to ask you, Marley and Madison, what kinds of roles did you guys have in this competition? You know, with your team, what sorts of things you said that you brainstormed together? What were some of the different mini groups, I guess you could say? What were you working on?
Yeah, there was some different groups that we used to help create this and learn about it. There was a group that learned about statistics that we needed. There's a group learning about what we needed to make this. and there was all kinds of different groups like mathematics.
Nice, very cool. Do we have any more questions from the judges? Nick's
Nick.
got one more.
Nick's the closer.
Last question, Nick. Always the closer.
Oh boy. What was your favorite part of this entire project, from the beginning, from the idea till right now?
Well, I think my favorite part of this was getting to help out our district, and not just helping out, but because most people think it was about like, oh, we're going to get the technology for our school and stuff, but actually the one thing that I thought about the most was saving kids' lives and helping them, like maybe after we do this, they will be more interested about school safety and how they need to know more about it.
And I also think that this was a big opportunity and an honor to try and help our community and possibly all across the country with this potential problem that we had. And I just hope that we can move forward.
And before we give them a round of applause, mic drop there. I have to ask you guys the same question I asked the other people. What grade are you guys in? Sixth grade up here. This is the youngest in the competition that you can
Poised
be.
young ladies.
With the mic drop.
With the
Congrats,
mic
you guys.
drop.
Good job. That was great.
Great job. Thank
Great
you.
job.
Great job.
South Jones, you guys, from Mississippi.
Mississippi. Well, it looks like our next folks are from East Greenwich, Rhode Island. And you know, this morning during practice, these two young gentlemen were very buttoned up. They're business leaders of tomorrow. They wanted to know if it was 3 minutes, 10 seconds, 3 minutes, 15 seconds.
So do you plan on taking the full 3 minutes, 15 seconds today?
Well, now that we know that's a little loose, I think we might see if we can extend it a little.
See what you can
We'll
do.
see.
We'll see how it goes.
All right, so you guys, I want you to welcome teacher Nicholas Rath and students here, Julian Wu and Benjamin Markstone. Welcome, you guys.
Good afternoon, everybody. Before I start, I would like to first thank all of you for being here today. We're really excited about our project, and it's been such a great opportunity. I would also like to thank Samsung, all of the judges, and everyone else who's made this possible, because having a project like this that has so bonded our class has been really great. And I think I'm speaking for everybody here when I say that I'm extremely grateful for the opportunity that you've posed for us. My name is Ben Markstone, and this is my partner, Julian Wu. And we are representatives of Rhode Island from East Greenwich High School's biotechnology class. The scope of our project has been creating bioplastics, plastics that can degrade naturally in the environment without causing harm. Living in Rhode Island, a state with so much coastline, we recognize pollution as a major issue. In nearly every waterway we have visited, there is a significant amount of plastic that is detrimental to the environment that is so crucial to our state.
So we began our project by analyzing the quantity of plastic waste in randomly selected areas. For example, at our local park beach, we tested an area of 9,000 square meters, where we discovered a total of 31 plastic bottles and 16 plastic bags. At our local high school, we tested a smaller area of 2,250 square meters and found over 60 littered plastic objects.
We then took this data and used math to extrapolate it to find the entire number of plastics for the entirety of each location. We were amazed at the sheer quantity of plastics so close to home. When one is really looking, there is seemingly a bottle or bag in every direction, and we knew we needed to do something to help this major issue.
So the next part of the project was in the classroom, and it had essentially two elements. The first was the actual creation of the bioplastics, in which we later tested to determine their biodegradable efficiency. So after researching many different bioplastic recipes, we came up with 4 variations. Those variations included 2 cornstarch recipes, 1 milk recipe, and 1 with potatoes. So here are some samples. So we spent days in class learning about how these plastics we created would behave or should behave in different environmental factors such as soil, fresh water, salt water, and heat.
The second element of our project was community outreach. To these means, we created a Twitter handle as well as a website to show the outside community the kind of things that we're doing. Our website is titled AvengersSolveForTomorrow.weebly.com, and on it, we articulate what the Samsung Solve Challenge is, what the problem we are addressing is, how we plan to address it, who we are individually as classmates, and what bioplastics really are. On our Twitter, we aim to show the outside world what we're doing in class as we are doing it, with the use of pictures and text to show everybody the kind of progress that we're making within our project.
So currently, our biotech teacher, Mr. Rath, has his other classes continue the work that we have started. We've also discussed a potential ban on all non-biodegradable plastics with our school superintendent. He was very intrigued with the notion and said he would consider the possibilities.
Further, with our progress in the Samsung Solve for Tomorrow Challenge, we've gained significant publicity in our small community and the state of Rhode Island at large. We've appeared in numerous newspapers as well as online articles and magazines.
So we hope with this publicity, the support of our community, and the continued efforts of both our biotech class and future biotech classes, we can instill a change in Rhode Island's plastic waste issue.
A change that will impact not only our generation, but all the generations to come in Rhode Island. Thank you.
All right, guys, let's open this up for questioning.
Absolutely. Please.
Starting here with Catherine.
So you created 3 different kinds of plastics.
Four.
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 Excuse me. Did you find any that had characteristics that were more conducive than others to the packaging problems that you saw in your litter, and what were those implications?
Well, absolutely. So the different types of plastics, we made 2 with cornstarch, we made 1 with milk and 1 with potatoes. They react differently to different environmental factors. For example, the ones created with cornstarch react a little more resistantly to water, whereas in soil they degrade quickly. The milk, as well as the potatoes, degrade quickly in water, but take a little bit more time to degrade in soil. So with this, it makes it so, depending on the different use that you're looking for the plastic, the different recipes can address your different needs. So if you want a water bottle, obviously you don't want that to degrade while the water's in your hand. That would make drinking it a little difficult. So the different recipes that we have that are less degradable in water make it so that eventually over time they still do degrade, but they do it slow enough where it's still useful and effective.
What would you say your big goal is for this project? Is it to create a new form of biodegradable bottle, or is it to get bottles that are non-recyclable banned from your community?
So our goal is sort of twofold. Obviously, we're still in sort of the first stages of the project. We've now created some of the plastics. We want to aim to actually be able to mold them to make more useful shapes for the plastics themselves. We do, in the immediate future, want the plastic ban in our school of all non-biodegradable plastics to occur. Our superintendent said he would look into it. Really, the only reason not to is cost, but we feel that in our school community, it's worth spending a little bit extra money to take away a lot of pollution. So talking with the superintendent, we thought was really effective in achieving this goal, and that's sort of what we can do in the short term. In the long term, as Mr. Rath's future biotech classes will also be focusing on the plastics, we want to aim in the future to be able to actually create these plastics in a way that people can use in the cafeteria and throughout the state. We brought in 2 individuals, you can see in the picture there, who were from a nearby manufacturing plant that creates plastics. And they've experimented with biodegradable plastics in the past. However, the different types that they've used, and this is an example that they brought in for us, the different examples that they've used in the past are simply cost inefficient. It takes too much money to make them, and they can't sell them for a high enough extra cost for the margin to warrant them actually creating them. No company can produce at a loss, regardless of the social benefits. And because of this, they're always looking for new, innovative ways to create these biodegradable plastics that maybe doesn't cost as much money as the way that they're doing now. The way that we created our plastics, since we were just using things from a local produce section in a grocery store, was extremely cheap and also very effective. So in the future, as we refine the recipes even further, I knew you were feeling the milk one a little bit and it's a little grimy. As we refine it more in the future, we're confident that we can actually create a plastic that can be used day to day in replacement of the ones that are used now that can't biodegrade.
So guys, the home of this project was in your biotech class, right? Where did you develop this like marketing and financial expertise about this project?
Well, in terms of that, I feel like we've done a lot of research. We actually had two plastic scientists who came in and had a great class discussion and talk about how plastics are affecting the world today. And I mean, plastics are everywhere. And even like a bottle of water like that takes 450 years to decompose and can go upwards to 1,000.
The judges are feeling very guilty right now, by the way.
Yeah, so with their help and all their information, we've gained a lot of knowledge about how plastic works in our society and how we can use those the types of plastics we created to better help benefit our environment and our society.
And the two individuals that came in, one of them was actually in the production side of business, the other was in the economic side, and he was talking to us a lot about the different elements that go into that. And beyond that, both myself and Julian are in macroeconomics this semester, which has also contributed a little bit to what we do.
Catherine, I know you had a question before we wrap.
Yeah, my question is, have you looked at all of the implications of using a farmed product? The ecological and environmental implications of using a farmed product.
A farmed product.
So corn, you have to grow corn. It has a pull on the environment. How does that cost-benefit analysis play in? Have you thought about that?
Well, yeah, like we said before, making the manufactured plastics with petrochemicals fuels are, of course, very cheap. But it's not beneficial to the environment at all. And the cost people take to actually clean up the plastic in the environment is actually very significant. So if we can, if we compare the costs and benefits, when we make biodegradable plastic, even though they may cost a couple cents or a little more than the actual manufactured plastic, if plastic companies decide to change to bioplastics, the environment would be so much cleaner. And this would affect not only just like the plastic industry, but also the environmental industry and other companies out there that have to do with the environment.
That's great.
Laura?
Last question.
Sorry about that.
Sorry, Nick. Well, all right,
Nick does not
three
get
more
the last
questions.
word.
All
He's such
right.
a pushover.
So my question has to do with the biodegradability. Did you test how long these will take?
Yes, we did. We're still in the process of doing that. All of the classes that are currently in biotechnology are doing a furtherance of what we've already done. However, we did ourselves test them. Like I said, the milk plastics especially degraded extremely fast in water, fresh water, not salt water. In salt water, they degraded a little bit more slowly. In fresh water, it actually only took a matter of minutes before the milk plastics degraded. Similarly, the ones made out of cornstarch, which are the more supple plastics, those in water actually took anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks to degrade. However, in soil, those made of cornstarch degraded more quickly than the ones made out of milk. So like I said earlier, depending on the different use you're looking for, the different variations of plastics that we created may be better or worse for you.
All right, Nick.
Thank you. So the potato starch one actually felt like a really thick, deep-fried potato chip. If I salted it, could I eat it?
You can definitely eat it. We've tried.
It doesn't taste that good, I promise.
It doesn't taste that good, but it is completely human friendly. And we've actually tried pieces of it. And although I admit that the taste is not good at all, you can definitely consume it and it's not harmful to the recipient.
Seeing that everyone got a question, I'm going to ask one too. Nick doesn't get the final one. So both you gentlemen have been another example of what we've seen through the day is that entrepreneurs, civic leaders, inventors, futurists. And one of the things that you said during your presentation is a business can't run today or do this if it's not cost effective. If we're solving for tomorrow and you're the leaders of tomorrow, what's the cost of not doing something today and staying the way we are and polluting the environment versus taking leadership to change things? And if you had a headline to generate in 20 seconds or less for the press, what would your call to action to the industry be?
Ooh.
15 seconds.
That's a hard
tough
question. So if I was going to imagine a headline to give out to newspapers today in an effort to encourage companies to maybe sacrifice a little bit of profit for a little bit of social gain, I would say something like, the world tomorrow is going to be profitless if it doesn't exist. And what I mean by this...
There you go.
And what I mean by this is the way that businesses are running today and using so many chemicals and products that are so bad for the environment. The worse and worse the environment becomes, the less resources these companies are going to have to use to create these products. So like the biodegradable plastics, which the margin for profit is a little bit lower, it's worth it if it's meaning that we're conserving the environment and keeping it safe from these dangerous plastics that are being put out today. When we go to the beach and we see plastics strewn everywhere, we just come to the realization that the way the world is right now simply isn't good enough to sustain it the way that we want it to. I imagine my kids being in the world that is as great as mine is today and as my parents have been. And if we continue with the trend of pollution that we have currently, it's simply not going to be like that. So I would encourage all businesses to try to put forth their best social ideas and maybe sacrifice a little profitability for these means.
All right. You've done it high.
All right.
Thank you guys
so I would
so
close with
much.
tremendous. Thank you so much.
Thank you so
Well done,
much.
guys. Thank you.
All right. So who's next as we're setting
There might be a
up?
politician there
I
as
know,
well, I think,
I know.
right? Yeah. Okay, so it looks like Kenosha, Wisconsin is coming up next.
Lincoln
Sarah,
Middle
for
School.
that. Yeah.
All right, guys. So the students out here are Cody Wessner and Janae Hopkins, and they've got a lot of teachers that they want to thank. Kimberly Bielowitz, is that right? Bielowitz? Lisa Anderson and Michelle Zazula. And you guys have a project called Project ICE, and this is really about eliminating some of the dangers that are involved in using salt to clear the road. So here you guys go. You can take it away. Oh, collision on the stage. There you go.
I'm Cody Wessner.
Like she said, I'm Janae Hopkins, and before we begin, we would like to thank Samsung and the judges for this opportunity to be here, and we would also like to thank our teachers for spending time with us and really opening our eyes about this. So we decided to make this team, Project ICE, and our main goal was to determine the problems that road salt causes. Some of the problems are...
Some of the problems are for road salt is mainly with salt going to sewer pipes and the drains. So the salt's just going to sit there in the bottom of the sewers. And the city has to pay more money to get that salt out of the sewers. And it also hurts the grass, plants, or animals. Just say if you have a dog and you take it out for a walk and you salted your sidewalk, you got to make sure it has something over its feet, because after it licks its paw, it can more than likely get cancer.
Some of the ways we impacted our community was we had several media stations reach out to us, and they've done interviews for us, and news stations have came and interviewed us, and we even got invited by an alderman to present at a city council meeting. And from there, another alderman asked us for our information to share with his workers at a local hospital. Now, is it okay if we do a demonstration? So while he's talking, can you guys kind of look over here?
I'm going to be explaining what she's going to do. We've really tried this whole entire time, we've tried to find solutions other than road salt. We found solutions we thought were better but have worse impact on the environment. So we found out the better solution is not use much road salt or use less of it. And we found out this just the other day from the city, that regular salt, when it scatters, it goes in places we don't want it to go. Like I said, the grass, the ground, plants, animals in the sewers. But wet salt, when you pre-wet it, and it's gonna go on the ground, and it's going to stay there. It's not going to scatter and go into places. It's more likely going to go into places we don't want it to. But it's not as much as the salt that's dry.
And I would also like to add that this is a very complex problem and there's not really one set solution. And even the best scientists still can't even find a very good solution for this. So the best solution is just to use little to no salt at all. And thank you for listening.
What? Great job, you guys. All right, so let's open it up to the judges for some questions.
Very, very smart. I think I heard somewhere that you actually saved the city some money. Is that correct?
By using wet sand, or salt, I'm sorry. By using wet salt, it's not as much that we're putting onto the road, so we're saving 30% of the original price, and it cost $40,000 every day to go and salt the roads. So
That's a big impact.
30% off of that.
That's huge. Yeah, it's on sale.
And
Salt's on sale.
That 30% every day, if we use the wet salt, it's going to be $1,200 we save
That's great.
a day.
All right, Ted.
In the book you passed around, you talked about changing the snow plowing conditions from 4 inches to 2 inches. Could you explain why that's so important and how that made a difference in your project?
It is, and when we went to the city council meeting, they changed the law to plowing every 2 inches of snow instead of 4, and that's a very good thing because it saves the city a lot of money so that they don't have to put down as much salt every time that they go, and it is really good for the environment because then you're not throwing down a whole bunch of salt all the time. And there's actually a couple steps that you're supposed to take. It's called Be Salt Wise, and you're supposed to shovel, scatter, and switch. And since we're essentially shoveling more, then we don't need as much salt.
So let me just ask a follow-on to that. It's, as an audience member, it sounds like if you plow more often, you'd use more salt, not less salt. So how does it work that if you're plowing more often, you use less salt?
Because you don't want to put salt down every single time you plow, and since we're plowing more, then there's no need for that much salt because you're taking snow off more, so then you don't need salt to melt it if you're taking it off. Does that make sense? Okay.
James has a question.
So in the video, you were talking, part of it was about salt alternatives and things that you were trying, and I saw what I thought looked like, it said beet juice. So what did you try besides, and what was the most bizarre concept that you came up with?
We've tried a lot of stuff, but what you saw in the video was the city showed us what they do. It's called a pre-spray. So they use a concentration of salt. I can't remember the concentration of salt right now, but they also use in here it's beet juice and calcium chloride. Yeah, so that's the salt concentration. That's calcium chloride. That's beet juice, and that's all of them together.
Interesting. Nick?
Wait, can I add on to that really quick? I'm sorry. And I also wanted to add that when the city is going out plowing and they're pre-spraying, they essentially have a toolbox of ideas of what they're going to use, because you shouldn't use salt if it's below 15 degrees because it stops working, so then you're just harming our environment for no reason. And they use different solutions for different snowstorms. Like if it's a really heavy snowstorm, then they'll use a certain one, or if it's just a mild one, then that's how they determine which one they're going to use.
Great.
I don't know if I heard this or if I just made this up in my head, but did you guys say salternatives? Is that? Because that should be the name of it, for sure.
You guys can have. You can have.
You
that.
can have that.
Yeah.
Royalty free. Boom, boom, bam. Question: how do you actually wet the salt before it goes on the truck? Sounds like a silly question, but it's like a lot of salt, right?
Sure. Well, they don't wet it while it's in the truck. In this picture, you can see where the salt comes out of. It still comes out normal, but before it hits the ground, it's like while it's coming out, it's being sprayed with water, and that's when it gets wet.
Interesting. Smart.
Just one thought. So you went to City Hall. At the end of the day, running a city, running your town as a business, I heard you guys talk about 20, 30% savings in your process. The controllers, people's eyes must have lit up. Were you hugged? Were you hired? Tell me about the reaction from your town when you brought these ideas forward.
Their reactions, they were interested in, they're the one, I know we already said this, but we didn't actually present, they invited us. So they saw our videos, they said, can you guys come please present for us so we know what's going on so you can educate us some more.
That's so cool.
You must be very proud of that.
Yeah, definitely.
And kind of adding on to what he said when they said, can you educate us some more? I don't know if I already said this, but there was another alderman that wants our information to share with his nurses and doctors at a hospital. So that was pretty cool.
Very cool. Lincoln Middle School. Congrats.
What?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Congrats, you guys. You did such a great job. All right, so I think we're moving on to last but not least mode now.
Great job, guys.
Great job.
Who lives?
Right? Is this where we are?
East Duplin.
East
Are you in the
Duplin.
house?
Beulahville, North Carolina.
All right, yeah.
All right, so we've got here coming up teachers Michael Cottle, I'm sorry, Michael Cottle and Jackie Smith, and students Jacob Foss and Brian Bonilla, and they're interested in solving a problem that involves invasive species. This is so interesting, right? So different, that are hitching themselves to boats in their local waterways. So everybody give a big round of applause and welcome East Duplin High School.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian, and this is my partner, Jacob. And today we're going to be talking about hitchhikers, like we like to call them, or invasive species. Now, invasive species, or hitchhikers, like I said earlier, are species that are not native. They come from one place to the other, and they cause harm to the environment. Many of the effects they have are diseases. Sometimes they can be confused for food, and they even cause some native animals to go extinct, which is a shame. In our local high school, we decided to do a survey to see how many people knew about invasive species. The way we did this is that we did it through QR codes around the school. We decided to educate, and our data results show not many people knew about them. They're like, what is this? So we decided to educate our community. What was it about? So then we decided to seek the help of a marine biologist. With his data showings, we decided to do a survey on our local waterway called Cabin Lake, where our boat wash system will be going up soon. And thankfully, there are no invasive species in Cabin Lake, but in all the waterways around it, and there is a nuisance species in Cabin Lake called duckweed. Now, the nuisance species are under control for now. They're the same thing, but they're just under control. The way we control them, how not only us, not only the U.S. government, worldwide, we use pesticides, but pesticides are destroying our environment slowly. If we keep on doing this, we're just going to do more harm than help. So we decided how can we help our environment in a more eco-friendly way?
Okay, here's what we did first. First, students at East Duplin used the engineering design process to come up with a design that decontaminates a vehicle or a watercraft entering or exiting a waterway of invasive species that are attached to it. After that, the groups came together and created a new system, which was the boat wash system. How the boat wash system works is, I'll turn it over to you, since you said it.
Okay. Do I have any volunteers? Any judges? The co-host, president? There you go. I don't want to break it. Don't worry. No. Okay. Try moving the truck forward a little bit.
One of the switches. Okay, it works. Okay. As oh boy, it jams a little bit. Don't worry. Now, slowly. Right now we don't have the water pump because it's lost in New York somewhere. I don't know where, but there's a sensor and right here which senses any watercraft, vehicle, animal. There's a delayer on it too. When that happens is that in case any wildlife that passes by, they won't get affected by it because of the delay, which is a 2-second delay. Now, when it passes through, thank you. When it passes through, the water would turn on, cleaning the inferior part of the boat and the side part of the boat. That way, there will be no invasive species. And the contaminated water, which is collected through rainwater, we're not using the lake water because we're just doing, again, why are we doing that? We're not doing nothing. Yeah, go. I don't care. Anyway, but just put it there. Leave it. The water would turn on and it would clean that. And the best part of it is that the contaminated water would go to an isolated area, not back into the lake. There, any invasive species, any fish eggs, anything will die right there.
Okay, first, why we came up with this is because where we live, there's a lot of people that go boating because there's lakes, there's ocean. Come on, North Carolina has the best beaches. Come on, you can't beat it. Florida, all California, no, can't beat North Carolina. No, you can never. I was told this story by this guy. He said Florida is an example. Everglades, they're all died out. They're not there anymore because there was no system washing and it killed most invasive species there. Or I forgot what name it was, but it sucks the oxygen out the same way. That's a different one. All right. Okay. There's no more Everglades because it was destroyed by invasive species that was put there by humans or was burned there by a boat somehow or another way or another. So that's why I came up with this, because that was one great idea. That was another. And we got the sensors supplied by the U.S. Marine Corps, Camp Lejeune, which is a lot of help. Hoorah. Plus, they probably wanted to use it too, since they usually use watercraft to land on beaches. Maybe they don't want to say something else. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah. So, plus the human race yearly spends over $1.4 trillion. This is control of these invasive species, which is a lot of money. By doing this, we could save millions, trillions, billions of dollars just doing this, because how it works is there's a rain catcher with it, which is fortunately not here. And it catches the dew, mist, humidity, and after that, it's not supply, because it's supply of rainwater, and the pump, when the infrared sensors pass through infrared sensors, Brian said, passes through and then turns on the water pressure, and then the infrared sensors turn off when it's done passing through, which saves water consumption. Okay.
Hopefully this will not only be used in our county, in our state, in our country. We want this to be employed worldwide one day. Thank you.
Guys. So you can hold on to it so you can answer the judges. But I have a question actually before we throw it to them. I'm wondering, in terms of the water wash, you said that it doesn't just all flow down and then go back into the lake, right? Where does that water go?
Well, there will be two wash stations, one upon entering the lake and one upon exiting the lake. Now, the one that goes exiting the lake, the water will go back in there, but that is only to prevent any species that are already in the lake from going out.
Okay.
Now, the one that is entering through the lake, it'll go to a designated area where there is no bodies of water around it. It is just pure grass and rocks. That way, there's no way that any of the contaminants will be able to get near the lake. So, problem solved there.
There you go. Yeah.
Right.
All
Judges.
right.
You're talking about like duckweed and plants. Do you have any invasive species that are non-plant, like zebra mussels, or our big concern with the Great Lakes is an Asian carp, which I don't know how you'd get one there, but still, do you have non-plant invasive species issues?
Well, really, we really didn't research that one, but there's maybe one way, like maybe fish eggs could get attached to the side of the boat or under it when it goes in. So maybe that, because we didn't really know about what fish is that invasive to water system.
But not many fishes can survive even fish eggs. Not many can survive without being in a body of water. So fish, mainly, there is no animals. It's mainly plant. Algae, duckweed, alligator weed, water lettuce, you name it.
Nick. It's like a salad of invasive species. I'm sure a lot of people who are vegans and vegetarians would love that, especially here in New York and LA. Question, so what powers this power wash, essentially? I know it's rainwater, but how does it actually come out of the system to rinse the boat?
Well, rainwater does clean it. It is mainly used through solar panels, which give out, I would say, 30 volts, 12 volts.
And it pumps about like 50 psi, which is not enough to like burn off your skin. Because why would you want to? I mean, somebody could like go through there and like tear off their skin, which would not do so well.
Powered by sun, and the water would be strong enough, so there's no damage to any vehicle or animal.
And it's actually rainwater that you're pushing through.
100% rainwater.
All right. Shane?
So I would imagine that there's a lot of value in just, no matter what it is, if someone could clean off their boat when they got out of the water, that would be a value to someone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And is the problem that people just don't do that?
The problem is, in part of it, that people don't know that they're carrying it because they're really, really microscopic. Some of these plant cells or fish eggs, you can barely tell that they're there, but they're still there hidden somewhere in that part where you don't want to go.
The bowels of the boat. James.
I live in a Great Lake region, and one of the things that they also talk about with invasive species is to drain your boat too, because there are, you collect water inside. Is that part of your process too, is education? Drain your boat while in this process and keep that water there as part of it?
So if anybody couldn't hear that, how important is the educational component of this project?
What is the educational component?
Yeah, how important is it? Like, what are you guys doing to help educate the public?
Well, we do it through brochures is one of the reasons. QR scan codes is another. Posters. We also have some... Please pass that around. Okay. Thank you. Awesome. That's the way we've been educating the public about it. And yeah, that's how. Posters, QR codes.
All right, and I think Laura has, I'm sorry, Ted has a follow-up, and then Laura. Okay. Or Laura first.
What is the cost? I'm sorry. What's the cost to implement the design?
It would cost probably about $1,000 right now, which it could be. I mean, it depends on where you get it from, because we got our supplies from the local hardware store, which wasn't really that expensive, and we got a little bit of discount, so that.
Nice. And Ted?
How long have you been running this, and about how many vehicles do you think you've cleaned off?
Well, this hasn't been implemented in the lake yet because we're still waiting for the county's approval. But right before spring starts, or when spring is in the beginning, this will be implemented, which is perfect because that's when boat season starts and fishing. So around spring, I would say April or May would be.
And you're pretty confident you'll get approval to implement it?
Yes, because as I said earlier, the U.S. government spends over $120 million a year just in pesticides. Now, pesticides can only be used once. And though this may be more expensive than pesticides right now, the long-term effect will help not only the ecosystem, but economically any government.
One more thought. We don't see behind where the size of the container would be. No, you probably don't have it in your model. But I'm just wondering, can you talk a bit about the size of the container and what the plan would be if it ran out of water?
So the water that you're actually using to flush the boats, where's that water being stored?
It's being stored in like a 500-gallon container that was, who was this? Or two 500-gallon water containers, which are separate from each, spread out by each side, left and right.
That way, it is very, very unlikely that the water will run out.
And I guess the closing question is from James.
So through all of this, I mean, all of this and all that everybody's done is great, but you know, it's not awesome without fun. You know, so part of this has to be interesting, it has to be fun. What was the best part of this, you know, for you? What made you say this was fun, this was cool?
The best part to me, I don't know about Jacob, but the funnest part for me in this experiment, I was on the design team. I had to design. This design right here is, I'd say the best part was seeing it working. After all that hard work that the whole school poured in, at the whole science classes, just seeing it work was easily the greatest moment.
And what about you?
The fun part was disagreeing with each other. Nobody like, that don't work right. No, that ain't good enough. Oh, this one's better. No, it's not.
So a little healthy competition within the team.
Pretty much.
Well, guys, give a big round of applause to East Duplin.
Thank you. Thank you to everybody, and especially Samsung.
Great
We really
job, you
appreciate it.
guys.
Great job.
Thank you so much.
As we take that away.
All right, so I guess as they wheel that prototype away.
That was the final team today.
Yeah.
You know, first of all, let's just, you know, I'm looking around the room, and we've been talking all day and celebrating, but let's just take 30 seconds of silence and look around at your peers, the folks that came together today. I'm enriched by what I heard today. And I absolutely feel privileged to have been here. Something very special is happening. As someone who's a little older, who has a 4-year-old daughter, I'm quite inspired about the future because I see leadership. I see innovative thinking about how business and public sector and community and technology can make the world a better place than it is today. And each of you, although this is a competition, each of you have won today by sitting here, enriching each other, and making your communities better, and igniting our imaginations about what the possibilities are. So just take a minute and look around, look beyond your team, see this room, and remember the people that came together today. Now let it rip. You know, we started with our discussion last night and carried through today. We're very privileged at Samsung. We think we have a great responsibility as one of the world's leading technology companies to give back to the communities, to use technology to inspire, to create access, and to make the world a better place, solving for tomorrow. When you come to a space like 837, where we like to call it a convergence of technology and culture, or a clash of ideas, it motivates us to think about the future. And again, what happened here today with you is just part of that DNA. So again, it was our privilege. I'd like to thank Cara. She's a pro at this. I was just following her as a first-time host. But I just had a blast. And Cara, thank you to you and FabLab.
So much fun, you guys. I just want to say thank you for allowing me the honor of being involved today, of being able to learn so much from all of you. I want to make sure, and I know that you have many times in the past, but I want to extend a thank you to your teachers, to your mentors, to your advocates, to your family members and your community for showing the support and the belief in you guys that they have. And I also want you to take a second here at the end of the day and thank yourselves for doing such an awesome job. I am really proud of you, and you should be so proud of yourselves. Truly. Really, congratulations, you guys. What an amazing job today.
Right, and we're not going to belabor the close. We want you guys to have a sense of community and chat with each other. But I know some people came an awful long way to be part of this. Some first-time visitors to New York. I hope the city made us proud and that you've been treated as the special guests you are and that you have a chance to enjoy our beautiful city. We hope that you have safe travels home. We hope that you enjoyed this 5, 10, 15 minutes or career of fame that is going to come from this. Celebrate with your communities. And again, I really thank everybody for everything that was done here to make today so special. I know that 5 of the teams will be going on to the national championship and finals. But again, everybody won here today. And we'll close on that.
So
thank
true.
you very much.
All right.
And of course, thank you to our judges.
I'm thinking in honor of Nick, he always loves to do this on our show. What if we do a 1, 2, 3 solve for tomorrow? What do you guys think? Everyone in the room. Are we ready? 1, 2, 3. Solve for tomorrow. Great job, you guys.
Thank you very much. Terrific.
Maddie here for FabLab. Thanks so much for watching our live stream, for supporting all of the schools that are here today as finalists. Don't forget to go to samsung.com/solve to vote for your favorite school. I'm gonna go check out Samsung 837. Have a great day.